Chapter 1850. TSK. The flower-shaped bullet screen fell one after another as if they were scrambling to be the first to fall. Amidst the TSK sound like water-extinguishing flames, they were wiped out by the barrier formed by the realm of being and nothingness. Come on, let's fight. Yoxiang Fujian's joyful voice echoed in the flower-shaped bullet screen. Every time it echoed, it was accompanied by an extremely terrifying explosion of demonic power. The rain-like bullet screen that fell like raindrops had a terrifying increase in power and quantity. As the embodiment of nature, the current delicate fragrance Feng Jian seemed to have received the assistance of the entire natural world. Her monster power was endless. Therefore, as long as delicate fragrance Feng Jian didn't want to, the flower-shaped bullet screen would never stop. In fact, its power and number would continue to increase. If it went on like this, the attack made up of the dazzling flower-shaped barrage would sooner or later reach an unparalleled level in terms of power and quantity, and the boundary between being and non-being would be broken sooner or later. By then, Wu Yan would also be defeated. In fact, Wu Yan was already feeling a little burdened. The power of the realm surging around his body was already a little lax. The barrier formed by the realm of being and nothingness in front of him was like a heavy mountain, slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Wu Yan's outstretched hand was unable to bear the burden, and it made cracking sounds similar to the friction of bones. But even so, Wu Yan gritted his teeth and held on. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes. After reaching the peak of the 9th rank, the duration of Violet's red jade mode had increased to an hour. An hour was enough for a high-level battle where hundreds of rounds could be exchanged in minutes. Not only was it enough to determine the winner, but it could also continue for at least a dozen more battles. Therefore, Wu Yan didn't need to pay special attention to the duration of the red jade mode. Naturally, he didn't need to worry about whether it would be cancelled midway. But in terms of strength alone, the current Wu Yan compared to Yoxiang still had a small gap. Although it wasn't to say that it was impossible for him to win, his chances of winning were definitely lower than delicate fragrance Fujimi. Coupled with delicate fragrance Feng Jian's extravagant fighting style and the support of her endless demonic power. The longer time passed, the situation became more and more unfavorable to Wu Yan. However, this was not Wu Yan's strongest state. Yukari's red jade mode is the strongest out of the 3 red jade modes he has. However, apart from the red jade mode, Wu Yan had another trump card that could increase his overall strength. Now that I think about it, ever since I exchanged for it, I haven't been able to find an opportunity to use it. It was clear that the burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier, and the power of his realm was showing signs of not being able to support it. However, Wu Yan kept his eyes closed and showed a knowing smile. Now, it's finally time to use it. The moment he finished speaking, a burst of bright light suddenly skyrocketed and covered Wu Yan's body. Seeing the bright light blooming on the spot that she used as a target, Yoxiang, who was wantonly squandering her endless demonic power, was slightly startled. The bullet screen also paused for a moment. This pause time maybe. However, the suddenly skyrocketing rich light suddenly flourished again as if something was about to burst. The flower-shaped bullet screen was all bounced back. Bang! In the muffled sound, the skyrocketing rich light suddenly burst out, cancelling out the overwhelming flower-shaped bullet screen. Then, it turned into starlight and dissipated in the air. In this regard, delicate fragrance Fujimi did not react. It would be better to say that if she could defeat her opponent with this continuous barrage, delicate fragrance Fujimi would be disappointed. So she did not react to her barrage being cancelled out. However, when she saw the situation at the center of the bright light that had just surged, a trace of surprise appeared in delicate fragrance Feng Jian's eyes. That is, she saw that in the center of the bright light that gradually turned into starlight and dissipated in the air, a figure was suspended in the air. The waist-length golden hair was still dazzling, and the purple eyes were as crystal clear as ever. Such a figure, compared to just now, had changed a lot. Because an extremely strange thing appeared on the figure's body. It was a garment that looked like a windbreaker and a night suit. The hem was long enough to reach the ankles, and the entire body was pitch black. The wrist portion was covered with an armor-like object that extended to the back of the owner's hand. On the back of the hand, there were two sparkling and translucent oval-shaped gemstones that were embellished there, flashing with a dazzling arc of light. Of course, such an additional garment couldn't be considered a strange thing at all. The reason why this luxurious garment that looked like a windbreaker and a knight's suit was called a strange thing was that this garment was slowly rolling like a liquid, like a burning flame. It looked extremely magical. Wu Yan lowered his head and stretched out his hand in front of himself. He looked at the two crystal-clear oval-shaped gems and the knight's suit that was burning like a flame on the back of his hand. He curled the corner of his mouth and clenched his fist fiercely. "Is this my holy knight suit?" Once upon a time, in the world of star-carved dragon knight, Wu Yan received a revelation about the holy knight's suit that could increase the owner's strength. He spent a total of 1 million equipment points, item points, ability points, and summoning points to ask the system to forge him a piece of equipment that could increase his strength in all aspects. The equipment's grade was as high as A. It was a genuine legendary armament. This legendary armament that could increase the user's strength in all aspects was none other than this knight's uniform that was burning like a flame. The armor extended from the wrist to the back of the hand, and the back of the hand was adorned with sparkling and translucent oval-shaped gems. Because of the revelation he received from the holy knight's suit, Wu Yan decided to forge this legendary armament for a living. Therefore, he named it the Holy Knight's Suit. With this legendary armament, Wu Yan's abilities in all aspects would be greatly enhanced. Strength, defense, speed. Even Wu Yan's superpowers, magical power, magic, and magic would be improved in all aspects. If Wu Yan was a little weaker than delicate fragrance just now, but with the Holy Knight's Suit, it would be different. Feeling the improvement in all aspects in his body, Wu Yan once again clenched his fist, looked up, and looked at Delicate Fragrance, who was looking at him in surprise. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Boom! In the next moment, as if something exploded under Delicate Fragrance's gaze, Wu Yan's body suddenly burst out a circle of violent air waves that spread out from his body and blew in all directions. That's magical power. After obtaining the Holy Knight's Suit, it was already invincible. It belonged to Wu Yan's magical power. The magnitude of the demonic power was already comparable to Fengjian Yuxiang's boundless demonic power, causing Fengjian Yuxiang's somewhat surprised expression to instantly freeze. Wu Yan ignored Yuka's reaction. He raised his hand and a ball of pure white flame slowly rose into the air. It didn't look like it had any temperature at all. It burned peacefully. However, it was this seemingly inconspicuous white flame that made Delicate Fragrance feel a sense of crisis. "You should be very happy just now, right?" Wu Yan cast his gaze on Delicate Fragrance and grinned. "Now it's my turn to fight back." After saying that, Wu Yan flicked his finger. The pure white flame that was only the size of a human head and didn't even have any temperature burst out like a comet, shooting toward Delicate Fragrance with a long fiery tail. As the pure white flame burst out, Delicate Fragrance felt a sense of crisis in her heart. Intuition told Delicate Fragrance that she absolutely could not touch that pure white flame. Otherwise, even if she had the ability to defy the heavens, she would definitely have to pay a price. Chapter 1851. Whoosh! Watching the pure white flame turn into a comet and burst toward her, Delicate Fragrance Kaze's cold and delicate face revealed a dignified expression. But in addition to the dignified expression, there was another emotion: joy. There was no doubt that Delicate Fragrance Kaze was the kind of person who would be happier when the opponent was stronger. Therefore, after noticing that Wu Yan's strength had increased a lot after equipping the knight's suit that was burning like flames, Delicate Fragrance Kaze's face was both dignified and joyful. Of course, joy was joy, but the pure white flame brought a sense of crisis to Delicate Fragrance Kaze. Delicate Fragrance Kaze wasn't a reckless person who only knew how to charge forward recklessly. So, without saying a word, Delicate Fragrance Kaze retreated for the first time since this battle. Her figure turned into an afterimage and retreated at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! Although Feng Jianyu retreated at an extremely fast speed, the pure white flame was even more ferocious. At the same time, the flame seemed to expand with the wind, suddenly expanding in size, and soon turned into a huge pure white fireball. Like a white sun, the pure white fireball suddenly flashed in the air, and its speed also increased sharply. Delicate Fragrance Kaze's expression changed slightly. In a moment, Delicate Fragrance Kaze, who was chasing after her, suddenly exploded in her narrowed pupils. Boom! The terrifying fire wave swept wildly from the place where the pure white sun exploded. Waves of wind and waves with terrifying temperature raged in the air, scattering nearly half of the sunflowers below. After the explosion of the pure white fire wave raged for a while, a rather embarrassed figure flew out from the other side of the fire wave. After tapping a few times in the air, he stopped. It entered Wu Yan's field of vision. Seeing this, even Wu Yan was amazed. She was directly attacked by the white dragon's flame, but she wasn't injured? Thus, Feng Jianyu, who flew out of the pure white fire wave, looked extremely disheveled. The bright clothes on her body also had traces of scorch marks and damage. Delicate Fragrance Kaze's white skin was exposed to the air. But Delicate Fragrance Kaze's aura still didn't weaken at all. The expression on her face didn't show the slightest pain. Instead, her fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. How long has it been since I fell to this point? Delicate Fragrance Kaze glanced at the damaged and scorched clothes on her body. Her face was full of joy. You can make me so embarrassed, you're really strong. But Delicate Fragrance Kaze's hand slowly grasped the parasol handle. With a sudden pull, the black shadow formed by the parasol tore through the air. The strong wind blew away the surrounding pure white fire waves. The tip of the parasol tilted down, and a terrifying monster power emerged from Feng Jianyu's body. The real battle begins now. Delicate Fragrance Kaze clenched the parasol handle and stomped her foot. Dense Fragrance Kaze's demonic power exploded under her foot. The turbulent force caused Delicate Fragrance Kaze to turn into a black shadow and shoot straight at Wu Yan. Whoosh! Listening to the wind-whistling sound of Yuka Fujiwara's shadow charging towards him, Wu Yan instantly raised his guard. He stared at the incoming shadow, and with a grasp of his hand, a nimble long sword appeared out of thin air and fell into his hand. It was the Nin Temple Shana. Grabbing the Nigata no Shana, he tensed up his body and waited in place. When the shadow is about to reach him, he raised the Nigata no Shana and chopped it down with all his might. Suddenly, the power of the realm covered the Nin Temple Shana like a sharp blade. The light and heavy realm. The Nin Temple Shana was originally light and agile. Under the influence of the realm, the moment it slashed down, it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, sparks flew in the air and an ear-piercing screech erupted. At this moment, the Nin Temple Shana was at least as heavy as a real mountain. Delicate Fragrance Kaze's face was still indifferent in the face of the Nin Temple Shana. Her hand trembled slightly as she clenched the parasol and stabbed out. Feng Jianyu had clearly only stabbed once, yet a stretch of umbrella shadows continuously appeared in front of him like a curtain of rain. All of them solidly pierced the blade of Nidian Shana that was chopping down with the force of a mountain. Clang! After a shrill sound that could pierce one's eardrums, the umbrella shadow that contained a powerful force shattered the light and heavy realm's power on the Nidian Shana blade, and at the same time, it easily knocked away the Nidian Shana that came attacking. As expected of the strongest in the fantasy village, Delicate Fragrance Kaze's attack made Wu Yan's expression change slightly. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Again and again, she used pure strength to disperse the power of the realm. Just how strong was this Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian's fighting ability? With this thought in mind, Wu Yan could only follow the force of the Nin Temple Shana that was pushed away. He rotated his body and carried the Nin Temple Shana with Delicate Fragrance Kaze's support. Borrowing the force of the Nin Temple Shana, he rotated on the spot with a tearing sound. Instantly, the Nin Temple Shana turned into a blade of light. With an oppressive sound, It ruthlessly slashed towards Delicate Fragrance Kaze from bottom to top. Come on. Delicate Fragrance Kaze also moved almost at the same time. She tightly held the parasol in her hand. Wisps of demonic power curled out of the parasol like mist, emitting a low vibrating sound. It surged up and heavily hit the Tnin Temple Shana that was slashing towards her. Clang! The dull sound of steel colliding with steel resounded throughout the Eternal Night's quadruple barrier. Ha! Powerful demonic power fluctuated around her body and flowed through her palm to the parasol in her hand. Delicate Fragrance Kaze slightly bent her body and coldly shouted. The demonic power on the parasol in her hand suddenly condensed and then exploded. Bang! The parasol that hit the Yin Temple Shana exploded with a towering force. The sudden burst of force directly shook Wu Yen, who was holding the Yin Temple Shana, and sent him flying. Wu Yen gritted his teeth. He turned around and stabilized his body. He looked up and looked at Delicate Fragrance Kaze. Sure enough, it's impossible to win against this flower queen in terms of close combat ability. Delicate Fragrance Kaze didn't have any powerful abilities. Her combat ability was almost entirely focused on close combat. Wu Yen can't possibly win against Yuka Fujimi, who relied on close combat to become the strongest player in Fantasy Village. Since you're invincible in close combat, then I'll fight back with my ability. While speaking, Wu Yen raised one of his hands and the familiar pure white flames rose once again. However, although the white dragon's flames were powerful, they didn't hurt Delicate Fragrance Kaze. That was why Wu Yen raised his other hand. A burst of pitch-black electric light flashed amidst the crackling sound of electricity. Holding the pure white flames in his left hand and the pitch-black electric light in his right hand, Wu Yen stared at the powers of the white dragon and black dragon respectively. Then, he actually brought the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light in the middle. Buzz! The moment the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light came into contact, wisps of white flames and black electric light burst out from the point of contact. The space was torn apart and distorted. Feng Jianyu Xiang's face became extremely solemn, and there was a slight change in her eyes. Feng Jianyu Xiang clearly felt that when the pure white flame came into contact with the pitch-black lightning, the demonic power in her body actually became sluggish. What exactly is that? How can it affect the operation of the demonic powers in my body? Delicate Fragrance Kaze couldn't get an answer to this question, at least not at this moment. Because in Wu Yan's hand, the pure white flames and pitch-black electric light were constantly twisting along with the surrounding space. As they squirmed slightly, they slowly gathered together. Not long after, a ball of golden electric light flickered on its surface and its color turned into a dazzling golden flame that floated before Wu Yan. Chapter 1852. The moment the resplendent golden flame with golden lightning flashing on its surface was born, an unusually wild and violent fluctuation suddenly rippled out in midair. The strange energy waves became even more violent. Strands of golden energy seeped out from the surrounding space. Finally, they all wrapped around Wu Yan, who is holding the resplendent golden flames as if he is holding a jewel. They spun around him like crazy. Following the rotation of these golden streams of air, a gust of wind suddenly emerged and swept out in all directions. The gust of wind was so strong that even some of the larger rocks on the ground were blown and rolled a few times on the ground, not to mention those fragile sunflowers. For the first time, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian's heart showed an uncertain expression. What the hell is that? With Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian's accumulated experience, she could naturally distinguish some of the effects of the methods Wu Yan used before and after. In addition to the power that should belong to a certain monster sage that she had seen more than once, Delicate Fragrance Kaze could see that the white flame used by this man who called himself Yakumo Haku should be some kind of ability to attack time. It was precisely because she saw the true face of the white flame that Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian was able to react in time under the direct attack of the white flame. She used a huge amount of monster power to cover her body and let the flame burn away the existence of the monster power itself. She rushed out of the flame in one go. Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian's clothes were a little damaged, but she didn't suffer any substantial damage. As for the knight's clothes that burned like flames, it was even easier to recognize. It must be some kind of equipment that can increase the user's power. At the beginning, the scarlet light on the other party's body should be some kind of ability that can borrow the power of others and reproduce it on his own body. It had to be said that delicate fragrance Feng Jian didn't say anything on the surface, but she had already seen through everything. Whether it was the effect of the red jade mode, the flame of the white dragon's burning flame, or the enhancement of the holy knight's outfit, they were all seen through by delicate fragrance Feng Jian with her experience. But to be able to see to this extent, it was enough to prove that delicate fragrance Feng Jian was experienced and knowledgeable. However, Feng Jian Yuxiang couldn't see anything from the dazzling golden flames that were flickering with golden lightning. He didn't know what kind of power it had, nor did he know what kind of effect it would have. He didn't even know what kind of ability it was. How should I solve it? However, looking at the golden flame, delicate fragrance Feng Jian had a feeling that her palms were sweating, telling her it was definitely not just beautiful. Boo! Feng Jian Yuxiang exhaled a long breath of air. She stared at the pale Wu Yan who was holding the bright golden flame. Feng Jian Yuxiang laughed out loud. That's right. That's how it should be. A violent demonic power surged out from Feng Jian Yuxiang's body, causing her to emit a dazzling light. She was like a sun, making people unable to look at her directly. In that case, I will also use my strongest attack to determine the winner with you. Who is the strongest in the fantasy village? Let us have a good fight. Amidst the laughter full of joy in the surrounding space, a burst of airflow like power fluctuations also seeped out and rushed into the tall and slender body of Feng Jian Yuxiang. Under such circumstances, if there was an outsider present, they would be able to see that Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang seemed to be competing for something. Traces of unknown power fluctuations continuously emerged in the surrounding space, turning into air currents and wrapping around the two of them. However, the difference was that Wu Yan's bright golden flame had an effect on the surrounding space, causing the space to seem to have a chemical reaction and seep out its own power. Feng Jian Yuxiang, on the other hand, merged with nature through space, absorbing the power of nature and constantly improving her demonic power. Under such circumstances, the aura on Feng Jian Yuxiang's body became more and more terrifying until it reached a certain peak before stopping. Feeling the unprecedentedly powerful aura of Feng Jian Yuxiang, Wu Yan's eyes also flashed brightly, feeling the blood all over his body boiling at this moment. Although Wu Yan himself was not as powerful as Feng Jian Yuxiang, but since he was promoted to the 9th rank, Wu Yan had rarely encountered a battle where he needed to go all out. Now, the strongest red jade mode had been used, and even the holy knight equipment that could increase his strength in all aspects was also used. At this moment, Wu Yan had already brought out the strongest strength he could bring out. Coupled with the fact that he was fighting the strongest king of the fantasy village, the long-lost feeling of blood boiling made Wu Yan laugh out loud. It's not over yet. Amidst the laughter, Wu Yan's body once again surged with the power of the realm, and all of it flowed freely into the dazzling golden flames born from the fusion of the white dragon's flame and the black dragon's lightning. The realm of life and death. Life with a thought. Death with a thought. The power of the realm of life and death that could change a person's life and death with a slight touch was like a layer of light film, covering the dazzling golden flames flashing with golden lightning, making the strange fluctuations rising from the dazzling golden flames even more violent, faintly carrying the aura of death. Looking up and looking at Feng Jian Yuxiang, who was exuding a terrifying aura, Wu Yan was not the slightest bit timid. His body was as straight as a spear, looking extremely imposing. Since you took out the title of the strongest in the fantasy village, then I will accept it without hesitation. Let's see if you have the strength and qualifications. Feng Jian Yuxiang's beastkin power rose to the peak. In the end, it almost materialized and wrapped her entire delicate body. Only the pleasant laughter echoed. If you can do it, try it. The laughter suddenly stopped. At the same time, the beastkin power on Feng Jian Yuxiang's body suddenly began to converge. After a moment, it actually flashed and split into a figure. Green slightly curly short hair, wearing a red and dark red checkered vest and a knee-length skirt of the same color, a yellow bow tie in front, and a white long-sleeved shirt under the vest, holding a parasol in her hand. Another Feng Jian Yuxiang. That was Feng Jian Yuxiang's clone. Feng Jian Yuxiang had the ability to split into a clone that was completely no different from herself. This doppelganger had almost the same level of power as delicate fragrance Feng Jian's main body. In other words, Wu Yan was now facing the two strongest existences in the fantasy village. Come on, let's fight. It was still the same sentence. The two Feng Jian Yuxiang raised the parasol in their hands at the same time, and all the beastkin power on their bodies surged to the tip of the parasol. With the infusion of such a huge amount of beastkin power, at the tip of the two parasol, a liquid-like emerald green energy flowed like liquid. One move. Let's decide the winner. With a fierce shake of their hands, the two Feng Jian Yuxiang pointed the parasol in their hands at Wu Yan at the same time. Immediately, all the beastkin power on their body flowed along the parasol. Double spark. The beastkin power flowing on the tips of the two parasol burst out. Two overwhelming beams of light with a sharp and ear-piercing sound cut through the space like lightning and shot straight at Wu Yan in the distance. Wherever the beam of light passed, the space shattered inch by inch. Wu Yan's vision was completely covered by the bright light above the overwhelming beam of light. As the target of the beam of light, Wu Yan could clearly feel the terrifying power in the two huge beams of light. However, Wu Yan also had absolute confidence. The golden flames fused with the power of the two familiars, coupled with the power of his realm, any attack would dissipate in the face of this power. Taking a step forward, Wu Yan released one of his hands and raised the dazzling golden flames flickering with golden light above his head. His arm trembled as if he wanted to throw the golden flames in his hand out. Like a meteor, a golden ray of light shot out from Wu Yan's hand like a hot knife through butter. It shot out like a hot knife through butter. The moment the stream of light shot out, the surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake with a huge rock thrown into it. It didn't take long for it to suddenly burst open, exploding into cracks more than 10 meters wide that spread along the trajectory of the stream of light. Chapter 1853. Swish. Amidst an extremely sharp sonic boom, the resplendent golden flames that had turned into streaks of light tore through the air like a meteor. Wherever they passed, the space collapsed into pitch-black cracks that were nearly a dozen meters long. The space in this area was completely shattered like glass, causing the area to be in a sorry state. Swish. The two huge pillars of light that descended from the sky emitted a strong light that seemed to occupy the entire sky. They also carried an extremely terrifying power and a sharp sonic boom that seemed to distort space. They were like meteorites that fell straight down. No matter if it was the golden stream of light or the dazzling light pillars, both contained terrifying attacks that were enough to shatter the space along the way and spread the cracks. Just the fluctuations that leaked out were enough to kill a ninth-stage powerhouse on the spot. Two extremely frightening attacks that caused even the sky to change color finally collided violently in the next instant. However, just as Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang tensed up and prepared for the upcoming victory and defeat, waiting for the earth-shattering explosion caused by the collision of the two attacks, there was strangely no sound in midair. Wu Yan and Feng Jian Yuxiang lifted their heads in astonishment and witnessed the collision of the two attacks. Then they witnessed this scene. In midair, the ratio was completely different. The two attacks of completely different colors didn't clash fiercely with each other at the moment of collision. Instead, they twisted together like two masses of water of different colors. The golden and green attacks had unknowingly twisted into a huge sphere. The two colors of gold and green swirled around each other in the sphere. The space around the sphere became extremely distorted. Vaguely, there were extremely subtle tearing sounds coming from the inside of the sphere. Wu Yan stared at the twisted sphere in midair. A sphere of two colors. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and even his body was swaying. Xiao's magical fluctuations had weakened to an unprecedented level. If it weren't for the remaining magical fluctuations, perhaps even Wu Yan wouldn't be able to hover in midair. Apparently, It fused the white dragon's flames and the black dragon's lightning together. It formed the dazzling golden flames that carried golden electric arcs on the surface and even enhanced the realm of life and death. This attack, it had almost squeezed out all the magical powers in Wu Yan's body that had never been exhausted. Compared to Wu Yan, Feng Jianyu Xiang's situation was slightly better. After all, she was the incarnation of nature. Although the clone magic cannon had almost exhausted the magical powers in Feng Jianyu Xiang's body, nature was still providing her with a continuous supply of magical powers. At this moment, even if the magical powers that she recovered were insignificant, it was still much better than Wu Yan's. However, Feng Jianyu Xiang's face was also pale. She couldn't even maintain her avatar, and it collapsed directly. Feng Jianyu Xiang's eyes were fixed on the distorted sphere in midair, and she didn't look away for a moment. Under the gaze of Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu Xiang, in midair, the sphere that was constantly twisting and faintly emitting a subtle tearing sound suddenly fluctuated violently like magma before a volcanic eruption, and it suddenly expanded. Looking at the sudden strange fluctuations and the huge distorted sphere that expanded, Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu Xiang both felt an uneasiness for no reason, making their hearts sink. In the end, the degree of distortion of the expanding sphere became more and more intense. The surrounding space also seemed to be suppressed by something, and there was a kacha-kacha sound. Not long after, the expanding distorted sphere suddenly burst into a dazzling light, but all the sounds strangely stopped. Even the space suddenly stabilized and no longer produced any abnormalities. It wasn't until this moment that a warning sign rose in Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu Xiang's hearts as if they sensed something. Their expressions changed abruptly, and they disregarded the consumption of a large amount of magical power and demonic power in their bodies and retreated frantically. The moment Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu Xiang retreated, the distorted sphere that was blooming with a strong light suddenly burst like a punctured balloon. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering explosion, a dazzling light sprinkled from the sky. The distorted sphere seemed to have reached a certain critical point and finally couldn't bear it anymore. It exploded in midair along with an extremely terrifying shockwave. Wherever the shockwaves passed, the space trembled, and in less than half a second, like glass, it shattered piece by piece. Boom! Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu Xiang, who were retreating, had just retreated for a distance when the terrifying shockwave caught up with them at lightning speed. Like a truck, it slammed into Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu Xiang fiercely. PFFF. Under the terrifying impact, a mouthful of crimson blood spurted out from Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu Xiang's mouths at the same time. Immediately, both of them were sent flying like garbage, directly smashing into the barrier of the eternal night fourfold barrier that shrouded the entire sunflower field. Boom! The eternal night fourfold barrier was smashed into pieces by Wu Yan and Feng Jianyu Xiang, who were sent flying backward. The rest of the barrier also collapsed and disappeared completely from the impact of the shockwave. But the aftermath of the impact continued to spread to the surroundings. The sunflower field was originally relatively close to the Boli Great Barrier of Fantasy Town. With the shockwave still raging, it wouldn't take long for the Boli Great Barrier to suffer the same impact. At that time, it would inevitably shatter directly like the eternal night fourfold barrier. At that time, without the most important Boli Great Barrier, Fantasy Town would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. Buzz! At the critical moment, in the sky, a pitch-black crack full of ferocious eyeballs suddenly split open amidst the tremors of space. A tall figure emerged from it and flashed into the sky. The realm of movement and stillness. As such a voice echoed in midair, an unusually huge force burst out from the tall figure in midair and shrouded it. It actually froze the shockwave that was rolling out like a stormy sea. Of course, it was definitely not enough to just freeze it. The realm of being and nothingness. At the next moment, the same voice, but with a different content, reverberated in the air once again. A force that was more than a little stronger than before once again enveloped this world, emanating circles of ripples that contained a strange power. Under the ripples, all the frozen waves that were touched by the ripples slowly disappeared from this world as if they had never appeared before. About 10 seconds later, the raging shockwaves in this area completely disappeared, leaving behind a silent scene. It was as if nothing had happened, which made people's hearts beat faster. After the shockwaves were completely wiped out, the tall figure in midair landed and stood on the ground. She had blonde hair, purple eyes, and wore a pinkish-white princess dress that was similar to a Taoist robe. She also wore a pinkish-white flower bud hat on her head and held a parasol in her hand. Who else could it be apart from Purple? Yukari gently waved her hand, and a gentle force flew out and disappeared in 2 different directions. Then, it carried 2 people who were in a sorry state and had traces of blood on their bodies back to Yukari. Purple didn't look at Tensei Fujimi, but directly looked at Wu Yen. She looked at Wu Yen, who had completely fallen into a state of unconsciousness, and smiled bitterly. It's just a drop of blood. If you want to get it, there are many ways. Why do you have to make yourself like this? Although she said so, Purple knew that it was entirely because she didn't return to Wu Yan's side and had been hiding in the dark to spy on Wu Yen. That was why Wu Yen used the simplest and most violent method to obtain a drop of blood from Tensei Fujimi. It was her fault. Purple crouched down and pressed her hand on Wu Yan's body. After a while, she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the injury is serious, with Xiao Yan's recovery ability, he should be able to recover soon. Chapter 1854. Originally, the Paladin outfit was based on the Paladin armor. After the Paladin armor was strengthened and modified, it became a piece of equipment that could increase the user's abilities in all aspects. The Paladin armor was nothing more than an amalgamation of mana. It was similar to vassal beasts, which were also amalgamations of mana. Naturally, the Paladin outfit was also a piece of equipment made of pure mana. The only difference was that the vassal beast's consciousness was lodged in the user's blood. The user only needed to provide mana for the vassal beasts to manifest their own forms and abilities. On the other hand, the Paladin armor was based on the design. The user had to ask the dragon who created the Paladin armor to create the Paladin armor according to the design. Only then would the Paladin armor be able to display its proper form and abilities. The same went for the Paladin outfit. Although Wu Yen had exchanged for the A-rank legendary armament, to be more precise, he had only exchanged for the blueprint of the Paladin outfit. Based on Wu Yan's physical attributes and abilities, the system created the most suitable Paladin outfit for Wu Yen. Then, it provided the blueprint to Wu Yen. Therefore, Wu Yen only needed to construct the Paladin outfit according to the blueprint, just like the holy dragons in the star-engraved Dragon Knight world. Then, the Paladin outfit would appear and be equipped on his body. That was why Wu Yen could easily summon the Paladin outfit during battle with just a thought. Naturally, when Wu Yan's mana was completely depleted or he lost consciousness, the Paladin outfit would disappear. The Red Jade mode was similar. Although there was still some time left, the Red Jade mode was still a bloodline ability. As long as Wu Yen lost consciousness, the Red Jade mode could no longer be maintained. When the Red Jade mode and the Holy Knight outfit disappeared, Wu Yan's aura weakened all the way until he dropped out of the demigod rank. He could feel the bloodstains on his body. With his eyes closed, Wu Yan's aura continued to weaken. Purple also let out a sigh. She stroked Wu Yan's cheek and her tone became unusually gentle. "You've already tried your best." He had indeed worked very hard. To be able to fight against Yuka Kazumi, the strongest person in Fantasy Town, who even Yuka Kazumi couldn't defeat in the past. Even if it was because of the Red Jade mode and the Holy Knight equipment, Wu Yen could still be proud. After saying this, Z stood up, raised his head, and looked at the surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was the place that had turned into a terrible mess. It used to be a field of golden sunflowers or a field of sunflowers that stretched as far as the eye could see. Now, the sunflowers' golden color and the grassland's green color had all disappeared. Only the dark gray and brown soil remained. As if a typhoon had passed through, the scene became chaotic and battered. The sunflowers and grassland had long since disappeared in this battle. The ground was also razed to the ground, showing the darkest color. There were even potholes everywhere, filled with rolling stones. It was abnormally desolate. Not only that, but in the surrounding space, pitch-black spatial rifts could be seen everywhere. Some of them even shattered into black holes. Some of them were like broken glass, still falling pieces. The endless darkness in the spatial rifts sent chills down one's spine. One could imagine what would happen if an ordinary person or a weak existence accidentally touched these spatial rifts. This should be the most serious destruction in Fantasy Town, right? Purple rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. This is really worrisome. If Purple didn't rush over in time and stop the spread, Fantasy Town would have suffered more damage than this. That's why I hate brainless battles. A voice suddenly interrupted Violet's contemplation. You're right. You're right. Violet sighed. Cough. After hearing this painful cough, Purple came back to his senses. The corner of his mouth was overflowing with a mocking smile. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the cough. There, Youxiang Fujian covered his chest with one hand and supported himself with the other using a parasol to support himself on the ground. Although his face is abnormally pale, his body is swaying, and his clothes are covered in blood, Youxiang Fujian still insisted on standing up. He didn't allow himself to lie weakly on the ground and coughed. Wu Yan has already lost consciousness under the impact of the storm, but Youxiang Fujian is still conscious and still has the strength to stand up. From this, it can be seen how strong Youxiang Fujian is. It's a pity that even though she didn't lose her consciousness, she doesn't have the same immortality as Wu Yan. As the strongest of the monsters and the embodiment of nature, even if she has a strong regenerative ability, it seems like she won't be able to recover from her injuries in a short period of time. Looking at Youxiang Fujian standing up with a pale face and covering his chest with a paper fan, Purple took out his paper fan and covered the lower half of his face, but there is a hint of ridicule in his tone. Era, I don't think I've ever seen you in such a sorry state. In the past, Fongjin Yuxiang and Purple also had a battle. In that battle, because she was worried about the safety of the fantasy village, Yukari did not use her full strength. As a result, she was pursued by Delicate Fragrance, who used all of her strength without any scruples. It could be said that she was in an extremely sorry state. Now that the tables have turned, it's only natural for Yukari to ridicule Wu Yan after seeing Yukari in such a pitiful state during the fight. Youxiang Fujian seems to have guessed that Purple will have this reaction. He covered his chest and didn't even look at Purple. He cast his gaze on Wu Yan, who fell into a coma. After a long time, he showed a somewhat empty smile. Looks like I've won. That's right. Wu Yan has lost consciousness, which is equivalent to losing the ability to fight. Although the injuries on his body are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, he can't continue to fight. On the other hand, Youxiang Fujian, even if his body is injured enough to kill an ordinary human or demon a dozen times, his recovery ability is not as good as Wu Yan's. But with the support of nature, he has recovered some of his demon power. Maybe he can't do anything in close combat, but he can still use 1 or 2 magic cannon attacks. In other words, Youxiang Fujian did win this battle. That's true. Purple also calmly admitted this statement, but his eyes have been staring at Youxiang Fujian. But why do I feel that you don't seem very happy? I just can't accept this kind of victory. Youxiang Fujian moved his body that is full of pain and said indifferently. If he didn't faint, the loser would probably be me, and I still have the ability to fight, so it's not a clear winner. If he didn't faint, the loser would probably be you? Still have the ability to fight? Purple looked at Youxiang Fujian meaningfully. What a surprise. You would actually use hypotheses such as if, and, probably, to justify yourself after a battle. It seems like you don't want to admit the result of this battle. This is indeed a very surprising thing. For Youxiang Fujian, a battle is a battle. The process of a battle is ever-changing, anything can happen, so he definitely won't use if to evaluate a battle after the battle. After all, there is no in a battle. The result is everything. Youxiang Fujian did win this battle, there is no doubt about this. There is no to say. Because Wu Yan did lose consciousness, he can't continue to fight. Youxiang Fujian was very clear about this result. He frowned at himself for using to deny this result, but after a while, he put on a chuckle. Maybe, I'm looking forward to another battle with him. Leaving this sentence, Feng Jianyu Xiang propped up her body and opened her parasol. She turned around and slowly walked away. Today's weather is good, the flowers should grow well, right? Looking at the back of Feng Jianyu Xiang, who was gradually walking away, Violet was silent for a long time. Then, she helplessly sighed. I'm really not good at dealing with her. Chapter 1855. His consciousness was as chaotic as chaos. His body was as heavy as iron and lead. His strength was flowing away like water. His voice was as muddy as hoarse. That was what Wu Yan was feeling at this moment. He felt as if he was drowning in an endless sea of despair that he could not see the end of. His body was struggling, but there was no strength everywhere. There was no way to support himself. His hands and feet were paddling, but he still felt like he was sinking, as if he had fallen into hell. In this unconscious state where even breathing became difficult, Wu Yan could only endure the feeling of emptiness in his body and drift around with his chaotic consciousness. All of this was because of the exhaustion of his magic power and the serious blow to his body, which brought about such an uncomfortable feeling. It's obvious that the injuries he suffered before he fainted, even if he recovered in a short period of time, the pain of that moment still made him feel very uncomfortable as he fainted while carrying the pain with him. Fortunately, the pain came and went quickly. After a long time, Wu Yan felt that his chaotic consciousness finally showed signs of condensing. His body gradually became able to exert strength, and the dark sea of drowning began to become bright. As if awakened, Wu Yan slowly opened his eyes, exposing a pair of somewhat slack burgundy pupils to the air. After a while, he could focus on the scene in front of him. The ceiling. It should be a wooden roof. Moreover, it was the same roof as the Japanese-style tatami room of Kagaya in Penglai Mountain. However, Wu Yan knew that the familiar roof in front of him was definitely not the roof of Kagaya's room in Penglai Mountain. The reason was very simple. Although there were computers and game consoles in Kagaya's room in Penglai Mountain, there were no modern fluorescent lights or light bulbs. The roof in front of him. There was a bright fluorescent light, illuminating Wu Yan's vision. Where is this? This was the first question in Wu Yan's mind. Why am I here? This was the second question in Wu Yan's mind. What's wrong with me? This was the third question in Wu Yan's mind. Although it was the third question, this question was the first to be answered. Immediately after. The second question was also solved after Wu Yan solved the third question. There was only one question left. Wu Yan had no way of answering the question by himself. That's right. Holding his head, Wu Yan smiled bitterly. I fainted during the battle with Yuka Fujimi. To be more precise, it should be said that in the battle with Delicate Fragrance. Wu Yan used all of his strength in this attack, and then in order to avoid the aftermath of the collision with Delicate Fragrance's attack, he did his best to retreat. Then there was no then. Wu Yan only remembered that in the process of retreating, he was still swept by the aftermath of the impact. Immediately after, his body was in pain and he completely lost consciousness. Wu Yan himself didn't know what happened after that, but looking at the roof in front of him, he could guess what happened even if he had to guess. Someone must have arrived at the scene, found him unconscious, and brought him here. As a result, the second and third questions were answered. As for the first question, Wu Yan had no spare energy to think about it. There was only one thought left in his mind. I fainted. Then, in the battle between him and Delicate Fragrance, who won in the end? If Delicate Fragrance also fainted, then it was a draw. But if Delicate Fragrance still had a breath and could hold on, then there was no doubt that he had fainted and lost the ability to fight. Of the two possibilities, Wu Yan was more inclined to the second one. There was no other reason. It was just that Delicate Fragrance's strength had left a deep impression in Wu Yan's mind, so Wu Yan couldn't imagine Delicate Fragrance's appearance of being seriously injured and unconscious. Wu Yan felt that with Yuka Kazumi's strong and stubborn personality, she would most likely hold on until the very end and leave, right? This guess wasn't completely correct, but it was pretty much the case. That's why Wu Yen had such a bitter smile on his face. I didn't think I would lose in a battle with my full strength after such a long time. Wu Yen gave it his all in this battle. Not only did he use his most powerful Red Jade mode, he even equipped his paladin outfit and used his familiar's abilities. It could be said that he was truly going all out with his trump cards. Although he still had a lot of tricks and abilities that he hadn't used yet, they were nothing compared to trump cards like the Red Jade mode, the Holy Knight outfit, and familiars. It would only be embarrassing if he used them against Yuka Fujimi. As for summoning his familiars directly, that's even more ridiculous. Of course, if the host's strength increased, so would the familiars residing in the host's blood. But that was only if the host's strength increased. Wu Yen used the ruby mode to reach demigod rank. It wasn't Wu Yan's own strength, it was the result of an ability. Under such circumstances, the familiar's strength wouldn't increase. Therefore, when Wu Yen entered Violet's ruby mode and reached demigod rank, the familiar's strength remained at peak rank 9 Wu Yan's level. Even if they were boosted by the paladin equipment, they would barely reach demigod rank. How could a demigod rank familiar be used against Delicate Fragrance, who was already level 97 and only needed 1 or 2 more levels to reach peak demigod rank? That would be a disgrace. Plus, it would be foolish to let outsiders interfere in a fight of this level. It would cause a lot of uncertainties in the battle. Wu Yen rejected Natsuki, Nagisa, and Kanon's suggestion to fight Yukari Kazumi more than once. He only used White Dragon and Black Dragon's abilities to deal with Yukari Kazumi. Not only did Wu Yen have helpers, Delicate Fragrance had helpers as well. They were much stronger than Wu Yen. After all, Delicate Fragrance could create a clone that was on par with the main body. At that time, Natsuki, Nagisa, Kanon, White Dragon, and Black Dragon would gang up on Yukari Fujimi. Yukari Fujimi would definitely be tortured to death by Yukari Fujimi, who would become a peak demigod after 1 or 2 levels. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Wu Yen had lost the battle. This fact made Wu Yen realize that he wasn't strong at all. Indeed, after ascending to Tier 9, Wu Yen didn't go all out in a fight other than this one. He didn't even use his peak Tier 9 strength under normal circumstances. However, that wasn't because Wu Yen was too strong. It was because there were too few true powerhouses, and Wu Yen hadn't encountered one yet. His fight with Fujimi Yuka made him realize that he's not weak but he's not strong either. Compared to the real strong, the demigod tier existences, he's still a far cry from them. Of course, this was also because Wu Yen had been doing the demigod path mission. If Wu Yen had turned in the demigod path mission and generated a tool for reaching demigod rank, the result would have been different. However, Wu Yan's ambition was too great. He didn't want to be an ordinary demigod powerhouse, he wanted to be a peak demigod powerhouse. Thinking up to this point, Wu Yen couldn't help but raise one of his hands in front of his own face and clench his fist. Looks like I have to hurry up with the demigod path mission. Swoosh! At this time, a sound came from the side. Not far away from Wu Yen, a Japanese-style paper door was suddenly pulled open. A petite figure struggled to carry a basin and a towel as she tiptoed in. It was a little girl. She had cute cat ears and brown shoulder-length hair. She wore a green hat and a golden earring on her left ear. She wore a red one-piece jacket with golden edges and white sleeves. She also had 2 brownish-black tails on her back. The tips of the tails were white. Meow meow meow. The cat-eared little girl seemed to have noticed Wu Yen, who had woken up. She was stunned for a moment, then let out a series of cat meows. She ran out at an extremely fast speed, shouting non-stop. Bodlon. Lord Purple's strange fiancé has woken up, meow. Hearing this, Wu Yen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Forget about the fiancé, Sama. He also knows who the person who popped out of nowhere is. But what's with that strange thing? Did he look strange? Chapter 1856. This was a small wooden house at the edge of the realm. The wooden house was the same as the Forever Pavilion in the Lost Bamboo Forest. It was the kind of ancient Japanese-style house. The scale was not very large. It could only be regarded as a little bigger than the buildings of ordinary people. From the outside, this small wooden house, excluding the living room, kitchen, and other places, could probably only accommodate 4 or 5 people. Of course, this was the result of considering that each person had a room. The difference between the house and the Forever Pavilion was that even though the Forever Pavilion looked very old, the whole body was brand new, as if it had not been destroyed by the years. This small wooden house at the edge of the realm did not have such a feeling, but no matter who it was, no one would think that it was a very ordinary house. This was because an ordinary house would definitely not be surrounded by countless dark spaces. Moreover, in this boundless dark space, there were many ferocious eyeballs. In such a small wooden house, in a Japanese-style tatami room, Wu Yan sat on a bed directly on the ground. In front of him was a tray with a few dishes and a bowl of white rice. He was like a patient being taken care of. As a matter of fact, Wu Yan is very hungry. Even if the dishes in front of him are very simple, he has the urge to gobble them all down. However, Wu Yan did not touch the dishes in front of him for a long time. There was still a calm expression on his face. The reason was very simple. It was just that there were 2 very strong eyes that had been staying on Wu Yan, which made Wu Yan a little uncomfortable. Looking carefully, on the side of the bed, a figure was staying there, staring at Wu Yan, who was sitting on the bed. It was a very tall young girl, not inferior to Yui, Fujimi Yoxiang, and Yonglin Yagi. The girl had a pair of fox-like ears on her head and 9 huge tails behind her. Each tail was more than 1.5 meters long. The hair on it was extremely soft and smooth, and it had a golden luster, and the end was white. At first glance, it was obvious that it was a fox's tail. The girl who had fox ears and a tail was also wearing clothes that were similar to Violet's. The front part of her body was like a Taoist robe and a princess dress. However, the front part of the girl's body was not purple, but blue. The princess dress was also not pink and white. It was pure white, and the sleeves were very wide. The girl tucked her hands into her sleeves and sat cross-legged on the ground in a very standard posture. She wore a white hat on her head and she had short blonde hair that reached her shoulders. Her golden eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. She kept sizing him up as if she's trying to figure out something. Her eyes were filled with a sense of scrutiny. Beside the girl, the cat-eared lowly copied her and sat cross-legged on the ground. However, her body twitched from time to time. It's obvious that she's not a well-behaved person. She didn't look at Wu Yan with judgmental eyes. Instead, she looked at him with curiosity. Being stared at with such intense gazes by these 2 girls, one big and one small, who can be said to be exceptionally beautiful and cute, no matter how thick-skinned he would still feel uncomfortable. So, Wu Yan could only scratch his cheek and say helplessly, "Could it be that there's really something strange about my body?" Until Wu Yan spoke, the big and small girl withdrew their gaze. First, they looked at each other, and then, the big fox-like girl spoke cautiously. "No, you misunderstood, this one does not have that kind of impolite idea." At first glance, the fox-like girl's words seemed to be very polite and respectful. But Wu Yan could hear that this fox-like girl was hesitating. She was hesitating whether she should treat him with such respect. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed slightly. "All right, if you have anything to say or ask, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. It's tiring for me to guess." "That's right. You're right." "Is that so?" The young girl nodded her head in agreement and finally asked such a question. Are you really Lady Z's fiancé?" Once the sentence was said, the cat-eared little lowly leaned closer and looked at Wu Yan with even more curiosity. Obviously, this is the reason why the 2 girls have been observing Wu Yan all this while. Wu Yan shook his head as he chuckled. He picked up the bowl on the tray in front of him and started eating in small bites. He waited until the fox-like girl and the cat-eared lowly started to get impatient before he opened his mouth to speak. "Aren't you going to introduce yourself first?" Hearing this, the 2 girls were slightly taken aback. The fox-like girl hesitated for a moment before replying. "I am Yakumo, Lady Z's Shikigami." Shikigami? They were gods, monsters, or spirits that served their masters. The fox-like young girl in front of him was actually a 9-tailed demon fox. She was a demonic beast under Yukari's command and was a spirit-branded retainer. As for the name Yakumo, It was given to her personally by Yukari after she became Yukari's Shikigami. Yukari didn't know her real name, but from the fact that Yukari gave her the surname Yakumo, it was obvious that this Shikigami wasn't as harmless as she looked. Meow. Orange's name is Orange Meow. The cat-eared little loli replied to Wu Yen with a cheerful voice. Orange is Lady Z's Shikigami Meow. In other words, the cat-eared little girl in front of him was Yakumo's Shikigami. In other words, she was Lady Z's Shikigami and a member of Yakumo's family. However, Orange didn't have the surname Yakumo. This proved that while Orange was a Shikigami, her strength wasn't outstanding enough for Lady Z to give her the surname Yakumo. The two Shikigami in front of him were members of Yakumo's family. And this small wooden house at the edge of the realm was Yakumo's house. It was Lady Z's real residence. After knowing that this was Yakumo's house, Wu Yen guessed that Lady Z had rushed over after his battle with Yuka Fujimi and brought him here. However, Wu Yen didn't expect Blue and Orange to mention the matter of her fiancé. It wasn't hard to imagine. Although Violet was usually not very dignified, lazy, and had no moral integrity, her super strength and demon-like wisdom were indeed frightening. As Lady Z's Shikigami and Shikigami's Shikigami, Blue and Orange respected Lady Z from the bottom of their hearts. Now, someone suddenly came out and said that he was the fiancé of their most respected master and master's master. It was no wonder Blue and Orange looked at Wu Yen with such a strange gaze. Wu Yen secretly shook his head at this, but on the surface he smiled at Blue and Orange. Did Lady Z deny this matter? Blue and Orange were speechless. Needless to say, Lady Z didn't deny this matter, at least not in front of Blue and Orange. I understand how you feel. Wu Yen sighed. But believe me, my relationship with Lady Z is more complicated than you think. It's much more important and meaningful than the relationship of a fiancé and wife. Isn't that right? Even their lives were intertwined and they couldn't leave each other. This relationship was much closer and more meaningful than the relationship of a fiancé and wife. Allah. Almost as soon as Wu Yen finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door and traveled into everyone's ears. To hear you say that, Xiao Yen, it's not a waste for me to travel so far to bring you back? Hearing this voice, Wu Yen, Blue and Orange turned their heads at the same time. They saw Lady Z standing there with a paper fan covering her mouth. She was looking at Wu Yen with ridicule and joy in her eyes. I almost forgot. Little Yen is now called Yakumo Bai. That's a good name. Why don't we call you Yakumo from now on? Lady Z. Blue and Orange were shocked. What is Lady Z doing? Is she admitting that this man has the right to use Yakumo's surname? However, Wu Yen didn't care about Blue and Orange's shock at all. He shrugged as if he didn't appreciate the gesture. Forget it. It sounds like I'm marrying into her family. It's fine as an alias. Blue and Orange were stunned. Alias? Yakumo's surname can only be used as an alias? Moreover, looking at Lord Z's nonchalant manner, he did not seem to care about this at all. Who is this man in front of me? Chapter 1857. For Blue and Orange who respected Violet from the bottom of their hearts, the surname Yagyun was an honor. For this reason, Blue was proud of having the surname Yagyun. Orange had also been working hard to obtain the surname Yagyun. Now that someone had used such an honorable surname as an alias, one could imagine how complicated Blue's heart was. As for Orange, it was pure admiration. She looked at Wu Yen with sparkling eyes. Meow, using Yagyun's surname as an alias. Strange Lord Fiancé is really amazing Meow. Hearing this, Wu Yen was speechless. To him, Yagyun's surname was indeed special, but it wasn't to the extent of being honorable. If it was, it would be good. If it wasn't, it would just be a pity. It was a good choice to use it as an alias. After all, Wu Yen needed to enter and exit various dungeon worlds. Sometimes, it was necessary to hide one's identity. Wu Yen never imagined that using Yagyun's surname as an alias would cause him to be worshipped. Moreover, why was it Strange Lord Fiancé again? Those who didn't know would think that he was Orange's fiancé. On the other hand, Blue couldn't quite let it go. Lord Violet, this is... Or wait, is he really your fiancé? All this time, Blue had been by Violet's side. It was more accurate to say that Blue had always been by Violet's side. Basically, other than when Violet was sleeping or when Violet ordered Blue to do something, Blue had always been by Violet's side. Therefore, Blue believed that she knew Violet better than anyone else, including some of Violet's closest friends. However, some time ago, when Violet came out of her room as usual, Lon noticed that there was a sudden change in Violet. For example, in the past, Violet had always been sleeping during the day. She would definitely move around at night. She had to sleep for 12 hours every day. However, since a while ago, Violet's schedule seemed to have changed a little. Sometimes she would even move around during the day and sleep at night. In addition, Violet had always been full of praise for Blue's cooking, but some time ago, Violet would frown from time to time when she ate Blue's cooking, showing a slightly dissatisfied expression, and would even mutter such a sentence. Even though Blue's cooking is good, it's not as good as Little Yan's. Our appetite has been spoiled by Little Yan's cooking. It wasn't just these changes. Some of Purple's actions were also confusing Blue. For example, on the first day of the change, Violet suddenly made such a suggestion to Blue. "It's been a long time since I've been to Fantasy Village. Why don't we take a stroll around Fantasy Village?" Then Purple, who had always been lazy to the point that she even threw the job of maintaining the great boundless barrier to Blue, strolled through the entire fantasy town as if she was homesick. Another example was Yukari, who used to use her gap ability to peek at all kinds of people, things in Fantasy Village. Recently, whenever she opened her gap to peek, she would secretly mutter such a sentence. "I of Little Yan's." Then, Violet, who always liked to peep but would never target a specific person. Her peeping range was very wide, but recently, she had been using her gap ability to observe a person, and it was a strange man that Blue had never seen or known before. If that was all, it would be fine. Blue naturally knew how monstrous Violet's IQ was. It wasn't surprising that Violet would do some unfathomable things that she couldn't understand. However, what Lon couldn't accept the most was that the Lord Z, whom he respected the most in his heart, had recently been speaking such words in his sleep with a flushed and seductive face in his dreams. Lillian. No, Lon clearly remembered how flustered she was when she accidentally overheard Violet's sleep talk. There were countless times when Lon wanted to scream out loud like a maniac. "Who is this Little Yen?" Unfortunately, Blue didn't get the answer even once. Every time she asked Violet about it, Violet would look at her meaningfully and smile perfunctorily. It wasn't until a while later that Blue finally found out. It turned out that the strange man that Yukari had been observing through the gaps was none other than the rumored Xiao Yen. What was even more shocking was that this mysterious Little Yen called himself Yakumo Bai. He even said that he was Yakumo Z's fiancé, the head of House Yakumo. Lon expressed that her brain really wasn't enough recently. Blue could confirm 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. Violet had never interacted with such a man. She didn't even have the chance to meet him, greet him, or even walk past him. At least, that was what Blue knew. Aside from sleeping, Violet would always have Blue by her side. If she really knew someone of the opposite sex, there was no way Blue wouldn't know. However, this time, Blue's understanding of the world was completely overturned. Two people who didn't know each other at all. Was it possible that one of them would call out the other's name every time they opened their mouths and even dream about it in their dreams, while the other would casually mention the setting of fiancé? The answer was, of course, no. Thus, Blue couldn't help but admit that she had failed in her duty. Unbeknownst to him, in a place he didn't know, or even in a situation where he didn't know anything, his Lord Z had developed such a deep friendship with a stranger of the opposite sex that even he had no choice but to admit defeat. Or rather, feelings. How could she tolerate this? Indigo could clearly tell that this was absolutely intolerable. Therefore, even though she had asked this question countless times, Violet had always brushed it off without admitting or denying it. Blue felt that she had to clarify this matter. Of course, the most important thing was that she had watched Violet secretly observe a stranger of the opposite sex every day. Hearing Violet mutter the name of a stranger of the opposite sex every day, Blue felt a sour feeling in her heart. Since Lady Z was acquainted with such a person, why didn't she let Blue know? Why did she keep Blue in the dark all this time? Could it be that Lady Z was starting to distrust her? Violet and even Wu Yen clearly sensed her thoughts. The two of them looked at each other and laughed bitterly at the same time. Looking at how well Wu Yen and Yukari are working together, the sour feeling in Blue's heart became even more obvious. Lady Z, please answer my question. Question? Violet looked at Azura with a faint smile. But didn't Xiao Yen already answer your question? Huh? Blue froze on the spot. It doesn't matter whether we are fiancé or not. Violet waved the paper fan in her hand and smiled gently. But just as Xiao Yen said, Xiao Yen and I have a much more important and meaningful relationship than a fiancé and fiancé. Hearing this, Blue finally took Violet's words seriously. Blue knew that Z had a habit of using the word we to refer to herself. Normally, it would be teasing and frivolous. However, when Z used the word to refer to herself, even though her tone and expression were casual and frivolous, the content was absolutely serious. As such, Blue could only admit with tears streaming down her face that her Lady Z had a special experience in a way that she didn't know anything about. Otherwise, Z, who had lived for such a long time but only had a few friends, none of whom were of the opposite sex, let alone someone who was closer to her than an engaged couple, would admit that there was someone who occupied an important position in her heart. After admitting it, Blue could only lower her head and bow to Wu Yen. My apologies, Lord Bai. Blue was rude earlier, meow. Seeing her master lower her head, Orange didn't know what was going on, but she followed suit and lowered her head as well. My apologies, meow. Well. Wu Yen scratched his cheek and waved his hand nonchalantly. Just don't cause any trouble, Wu Yen grumbled as he looked at Yukari. I have a lot of things to complain about, I know. Z smiled and changed the topic of conversation. I have something important to tell you as well. Let's go somewhere else and talk about it all at once. Without giving Wu Yen time to react, Yukari waved her hand and a gigantic crack opened up at the bottom of the room. Wu Yen, Yukari, Lan, and Cheng were all sucked into the crack before they disappeared from the spot. The room returned to silence. Chapter 1858. His vision was distorted and the world was changing. Wu Yen felt his vision blur. When he regained his vision, the first thing he saw was a boundless sky. Under the sky, there was a dazzling scene. A lively village. A lonely bamboo forest. A quiet mountain. A mysterious forest. The foggy lake, the bright red mansion, and the most eye-catching Bori shrine at the edge of the lake. They all formed a picture that was presented to Wu Yen without holding anything back. After a while, Wu Yen realized that he was in the sky above Gensokyo. He was sitting in a crack in the sky of Gensokyo. The inside of the crack is filled with malevolent eyeballs and darkness. Other than Wu Yen, Indigo and Orange were also present. They were also sitting in the crack. Their faces were filled with confusion. They had no idea why Yukari was here to talk. Wu Yen, Indigo, and Orange looked to the side at the same time. They were shocked when they saw Yukari standing in the crack. They saw the mysterious and wise Yakumo Yukari, who had never lost her composure, looking down at Fantasy Village. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia, sadness, and deep worry. Yukari was looking at the Fantasy Village that she had spent her entire life protecting with worry. This expression. Forget about Wu Yen, even Blue, who has been with Yukari for who knows how long, has never seen this before. Thus, Blue is the most shocked out of the three of them. She even started panicking. Lord Yukari. What's wrong? Violet did not care about Blue and Orange's panic. Instead, she let out a sigh as if she was trying to restrain her emotions. She took another deep breath and turned her head. She looked at Wu Yen, who was staring at her in shock. She asked such a question. What do you think of Fantasy Village? How about Fantasy Village? What kind of strange question was that? Although Wu Yen thought so, he knew that Violet would ask this question. She was definitely thinking about it. Plus, Z's performance just now. Wu Yen also became serious. It's an incredible place in every sense of the word. Wu Yan replied with a smile on his face. But it's beautiful, I like it too. Really? Violet lowered her head. She mumbled as if she was sleep-talking. Her next sentence made Wu Yan, Lan, and Qing shudder. However, perhaps Fantasyland can't exist for too long. What? Blue and Orange cried out. Wu Yan also panicked for a moment, but when he saw Violet's worried look, he calmed down. Although he didn't know why Z would say such a thing, if the fantasy village couldn't continue to exist, Z would definitely be the one who couldn't bear it. Fantasy village and the outside world were separated by two huge enchantments. One was the Great Boundless Barrier, and the other was the Realm of Illusion and Reality. Although the Great Boundless Barrier was the barrier that separated Fantasy Village from the outside world, the Realm of Illusion and Reality was more important to Fantasy Village. This was because the realms of illusion and reality separated the inner and outer realms, the realms of illusion and reality. Its function was to set the Fantasyland as an illusory world that did not exist physically, while the real world outside was set as a physical world, a world that truly existed. Just like the difference between a dream and reality, they existed at the same time, but the concept of existence was different. In such a case, those that didn't exist in reality, such as monsters and gods that only existed in humans' imagination, couldn't exist in the real world. They would be automatically attracted to the fantasy village and be taken in by the fantasy village. In other words, the monsters, gods, and other creatures that shouldn't exist in the outside world would disappear and come to live in Fantasy Village. This would strengthen the power of the monsters in Fantasy Village. The outside world would completely become the world of humans, and Fantasy Village would be the world of monsters. However, because the outside world and the Fantasy Village were connected geographically, the Fantasy Village wasn't an independent world, but a world that was connected to the outside world like a mirage, and it didn't exist in the beginning. Theoretically speaking, the boundary between the realm of illusion and reality could be considered to be the existence that created the Fantasy Village. As for the realm of illusion and reality, it was a barrier that Violet had set up using her unique ability to control realms. As long as Z still existed, the Fantasy Village could be created and destroyed. Z's existence was an important condition for the establishment of the Fantasy Village. Therefore, even if Fantasy Village could no longer exist, Yukari could still set up a realm of illusion and reality, allowing Fantasy Village to be reborn again. Now that Violet had said such a thing, it meant that the fantasy land she had created was gradually heading towards destruction in a way that even Violet could not do anything about. Therefore, it was certain that Z was the most annoyed and helpless existence in the Fantasy Village. Since that's the case, as a man, Wu Yan can't show any signs of panic when Yukari is helpless for the first time ever. Otherwise, it would only make her more uneasy. With that in mind, Wu Yan forced himself to calm down and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Z seemed to have seen through Wu Yan's thoughts. She looked at Wu Yan with a funny and gentle gaze. After deliberating over her words, she said, "I think you should know that in the Fantasy Village, there will be a big change in the Great Barrier every 60 years, right?" Hearing this, Wu Yan's mind flashed with the memory of the Great Barrier's change that happened every 60 years. It was a change that happened every 60 years in the Fantasy Village. The cause was not caused by any monster in the Fantasy Village, but by the outside world. Once every 60 years, the number of ghosts in the real world would increase greatly, causing a phenomenon called the barrier's moderation, allowing a large number of ghosts from the outside world to enter the Fantasy Village. Because the Grim Reaper couldn't send these ghosts to the King of Hell to be judged, the ghosts who had nowhere to go could only rely on the flowers, causing all the flowers in the Fantasy Village to bloom at the same time regardless of the season. The Great Barrier's change wasn't man-made, it was similar to a natural phenomenon. After a certain period of time, the ghosts would be taken in by the underworld. At that time, the Fantasy Village would slowly return to its original state and the change would end. This so-called Great Barrier's change was the only one that didn't require the Great Barrier's help. It was a phenomenon that couldn't be stopped unless there were no more deaths in the outside world. In that case, There wouldn't be a ghost rampage that happened once every 60 years. Could it be related to the Great Barrier's change at this time? I'm the only one who knows about this. Even Ling Meng hasn't discovered it yet. Z smiled helplessly. As a matter of fact, every time the Great Barrier changes, the barrier moderation will weaken the Great Barrier to a certain extent. The Great Barrier's weakened? Azura exclaimed in surprise. But I've never seen the Great Barriers weakened before. Because Azura and Ling Meng were too lazy, the task of maintaining the Great Barrier was basically done by Azura. Therefore, Azura had the right to speak at this time. Usually, you can't see it, but I found that every time the boundary moderation phenomenon occurs, the great boundary that is moderated will have some abnormalities, and the moderation time will be longer and longer. During the moderation process, the great boundary will become weaker and weaker. Purple shook her head. Do you know what this means? Other than Cheng, who was still confused, Wu Yen and Azura thought of a possibility. Their expressions turned ugly. This means that as long as the boundary mitigation phenomenon continues, one day, the great boundary will not be able to withstand the weakening of the mitigation process and completely collapse. Yukari closed her eyes and revealed a cruel reality. According to my calculations, when the next Great Barrier's moderation occurs, the Great Barrier will be unable to withstand the moderation's weakening and collapse. There's only a year left until the next Great Barrier's moderation. Chapter 1859. The so-called Great Boundless Barrier was actually a barrier that separated common sense and extraordinary knowledge. Under the effect of the Great Bountiful Barrier, it would automatically distinguish the common sense and extraordinary knowledge of the outside world from the fantasy village. The common sense of the outside world was the extraordinary knowledge of the fantasy village, and the extraordinary knowledge of the outside world was the common sense of the fantasy village. This was not a physical barrier, but a barrier that existed in an ethical sense. Moreover, the Bali Great Barrier was very powerful. Even monsters could not pass through it easily. Until now, other than Violet, who had the ability to enter realms and create gaps, as well as being the creator of Fantasy Village, no one had been able to freely enter and exit the outside world and Fantasy Village. At least, other than Violet, the other monsters, fairies, spirits, and even gods in Fantasy Village had never tried it. In other words, the Bali Great Barrier was the barrier that truly blocked the communication between the outside world and Fantasy Village, resulting in the formation of Fantasy Village. For example, if Fantasy Town was a house, then the Bali Great Barrier would be the wall of the house, isolating the inside of the house from the outside. The realm of illusion and reality, on the other hand, was a door that did not exist in this house. It was still very magical. It would automatically lead to the door of the house. The door was created by Violet, so as long as she was still around, no matter where she went, she would be able to create such a door, bring in the house, and turn Fantasy Village into a home. However, if the wall collapsed, it did not matter if Fantasy Village was a house or a home. It would be meaningless. If the house remained, it would only be an empty space where the house was originally located, even if the house was still there. The house would still collapse along with the wall. At that time, even if the house was still there, the house would be gone. Therefore, the Bali Great Barrier, as a wall, was very important to Fantasy Village. The Town of Illusions did not have a boundary between illusion and reality. At most, it would not attract any foreign demons or humans. However, what would happen to the Town of Illusions if the Great Barrier of Blooming Beauty was no longer there? In the past, the Fantasy Village was not separated from the outside world by a barrier. It was called the border of the East Country. Because there were monsters living in the Fantasy Village, people who accidentally trespassed would be caught and eaten by the monsters. Therefore, people were afraid of this place. Ordinary people wouldn't go to Fantasy Village on purpose. However, there were also some people who lived in the Fantasy Village in order to fight against these monsters. As time passed, the number of humans had increased dramatically due to the development of civilization. Purple was worried that if the human population continued to grow, it would cause the balance of Fantasy Village to collapse. Therefore, she established the realm of illusion and reality to attract the monsters from the outside world to Fantasy Village, so the power of the monsters was balanced. Later on, modern civilization developed. It is somewhere between calling non-scientific things superstition and rejecting them. The monsters and the only humans in the Fantasy Village built a powerful barrier together, isolating the Fantasy Village from the outside world. They lived a quiet life here. Henceforth, the various things of the land of fantasy faded from the memory of man. This powerful barrier was known as the Great Boli Barrier. If the Boli Barrier were to disappear, Fantasy Paradise would once again be exposed to the eyes of humans and attract the prying eyes of humans. In the face of unknown superstitions, humans would generally treat them with fear and dread, including the gods that they believed in. At that time, due to the fear of the unknown, humans would pick up their weapons to protect themselves. Whether they were willing or not, they would clash with the monsters in the Fantasy Village. At that time, the side of the humans in the Fantasy Village would be unclear. Some would fight against the monsters for the sake of the people in the real world, some would stand on the side of the monsters, and some would stay out of it. At that time, the true peace would be completely destroyed, and the world would fall into turmoil. At that time, no matter how unwilling Purple was, the Fantasy Village in her heart would no longer exist. This was definitely not what Purple wanted to see. That was why Yukari said that Fantasyland might not be able to exist for too long. With her wisdom, Purple could also calculate the changes that would be brought to the humans and monsters of the two worlds when the real world and the Fantasy Village were completely connected. Therefore, the Great Boundless Barrier could not be allowed to disappear. But now, it only had a year left to exist. After a year, the Great Bali Barrier would be weakened by the barrier moderation until it could no longer exist. Then it would disappear. This fact weighed down on Blue and Orange so much that they could barely breathe. Wu Yen frowned. Is there no way to strengthen the Boli Great Barrier or build another Boli Great Barrier? With our strength, there's no way we can build a Great Barrier. Purple's voice was full of helplessness. Although the Great Barrier was built by the people of the Fantasy Village and the monsters, the one who built it was the Great Witch Bali. The Great Witch Bali? Wu Yen gasped. You're saying that only the Great Witch Bali has the ability to build a Great Barrier? Or rather, only the Great Witch Bali has the right to build a Great Barrier. Purple said seriously. The one who gave the Great Witch Bali the power to build a Great Barrier is the Dragon God. The Dragon God. The highest level existence in the Fantasy Village and also the highest level god in the Fantasy Village. The god worshipped by the Bali Shrine was the Dragon God, and the witches who served the Dragon God were the Great Witch Bali. The last time the Dragon God appeared in the Fantasy Village was after the Great Barrier was set up, and the Fantasy Village was completely isolated from the outside world. Purple explained. At that time, the Great Witch Bali prayed to the Dragon God, hoping to build a Great Barrier. She then borrowed the Dragon God's power to cover the entire Fantasy Village in the Great Barrier, isolating it from the outside world. Then, if Ling Meng prayed to the Dragon God, she should be able to build another Great Barrier, right? Wu Yen hurriedly said. In that case, it won't. Before Wu Yen could finish, Purple interrupted him. I suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. Even though they had been shocked twice by Purple's words, they were still dumbfounded by Purple's words as if they had been knocked on the head by Purple's words. The Dragon God no longer exists? But in the past, it was the same for the Great Barrier. Every 60 years, there would be a barrier moderation phenomenon. But at that time, there was never a situation where the Great Barrier was weakened during the moderation process. Purple laughed bitterly. In addition, the Great Barrier was originally built with the Dragon God's power as the source. In theory, as long as the Dragon God still exists, the Great Barrier will never weaken unless it is destroyed by external forces. This makes me suspect that the Dragon God no longer exists. In other words, you're just suspecting, but you don't have clear evidence to prove that the Dragon God no longer exists, right? Wu Yen said with some uncertainty. Since everything is just your guess, it might not be true. That's true, but I also don't have any evidence to prove that the Dragon God still exists. Purple shook her head. The weakening of the Great Barrier is a suspicious point. Whenever something major happens in the utopia, the dragon god will appear. This time, the Great Barrier is in danger of disappearing, but the dragon god still hasn't appeared. This is the second reason why I suspect that the dragon god no longer exists. There's a third reason. Purple turned her head and looked at Boli Shrine. Which Boli is the manager of Fantasyland, and she is also the one who borrowed the power of the dragon god to build the Great Barrier. In the past, Which Boli has a certain degree of sensitivity to the Great Barrier and knows what's going on in it. But this time, Ling Meng hasn't noticed the changes in the Great Barrier until now. She doesn't even know that the Great Barrier is weakening. Purple said worriedly. Besides, the Dragon God is the god worshipped by the Boli Shrine. The Boli Shrine should have the ability to listen to the Dragon God's voice, but I can't remember how long it has been since the Boli Shrine heard the Dragon God's voice. Gradually, even the Boli Shrine herself doesn't know who the god she serves is. Everyone fell silent when they heard this. Chapter 1860. Indeed, the witches who serve the gods should be able to listen to the voice of the gods they serve. Not to mention other things, there was a Wuxia shrine on the Monster Mountain. Not only could the witches there listen to the voice of the god they served, but they also lived with the god and lived together with him every day. However, the witches of the Boli Shrine, Ling Meng, or rather, the witches before Ling Meng can't listen to the voice of the dragon god. At least, in Wu Yan's memory, he hasn't heard of it. At first, Wu Yan thought it was a special relationship with the dragon god. After all, the dragon god doesn't actually exist in the fantasy paradise. He went somewhere unknown. Now, listening to Yukari, it seems that the witches were able to listen to the voice of the dragon god in the past. It wasn't until a long time ago that they suddenly lost this ability. Coupled with the fact that the Great Barrier that shouldn't be weakened as long as the dragon god exists is weakening, and Ling Meng, who should be able to sense the situation of the Great Barrier, hasn't noticed the change in the Great Barrier until now. All of this made Yukari suspect that the dragon god doesn't exist anymore. No matter what, the witches used the power of the dragon god to build the Great Barrier. Since she could sense the situation of the Great Barrier before, she should be able to sense it now. There are only two explanations for why she can't sense it now. Either that, or the connection between Bori and the god she served had been severed. It was the god who gave Boli the power to build the Great Barrier, and the god who connected Boli the Great Barrier to the Great Barrier could no longer maintain this connection. These two theories can't prove that the dragon god has actually disappeared. At most, it means that the connection between the dragon god and the witches no longer exists. But as Yukari said, these two theories can't prove that the dragon god still exists. In any case, all the signs point in one direction. The power of the dragon god that maintains the existence of the Great Barrier is disappearing. Maybe it's because something happened that you and I can't predict, that the power of the dragon god disappeared in the fantasy paradise? Wu Yan couldn't help but say this. Maybe. The moment the Great Barrier is about to disappear, the dragon god will appear. The dragon god will appear. Who knows? Perhaps that's really the case? Yukari's eyes were already a little unfocused as she looked down at the fantasy land. But I can't pin my hopes on such an illusory possibility, and I won't bet the survival of fantasy paradise on whether the dragon god still exists or not. Wu Yan pondered for a while. He said, let's assume that the dragon god really no longer exists. What could be the reason? Who knows? Maybe it's because I don't have any faith anymore. Violet shrugged, pretending to be relaxed. After all, there are almost no people who truly believe in the dragon god in the fantasy village. Even Witch Boli has begun to forget the god she serves. No one went to the Boli shrine to worship, so the dragon god who had lost his faith disappeared. For the gods, faith was equivalent to the power of existence. Without faith, some would lose all their power, and some would even disappear. The Wuxia shrine in the Monster Mountain moved to the fantasy land because it couldn't get any faith in the real world. It tried to collect the faith of the monsters in the fantasy land. The dragon god was a dragon, but at the same time, it existed as the god of the fantasy land. If there was no one who believed in the dragon god in the fantasy land, then the superstitious real world would be even more unlikely to have anyone who believed in the dragon god. Perhaps that's why the dragon god disappeared. Of course, the disappearance of the dragon god was only Violet's speculation, but judging from the current evidence, it was no longer impossible. Is there no other way? Wu Yen frowned deeply. Perhaps we can find other substitutes that are comparable to the Boli Great Barrier. I've been thinking about this before, but I haven't found anything. Yukari suddenly looked directly at Wu Yen. Her eyes were shining as usual. But it's different now. Wu Yen didn't know what to say. What do you mean? It's extremely difficult to find a replacement for the Great Barrier. At least, I haven't seen one yet. Yukari's gem-like eyes were filled with hope. But, little Yen, you can definitely find one. For a moment, Wu Yen almost didn't react, but after he did, he understood everything. There was something in his soul that was even more magical than the dragon god. System. Yukari couldn't find a replacement, but it didn't mean that the system couldn't find one. It's better to say that the moment I became your summoner, my thoughts were no longer limited to finding a replacement for the Great Barrier and maintaining the status quo of the fantasy paradise. Instead, I had greater ambitions. Ziyu said this sentence as if she was not going to stop until she was shocked to death. I want the fantasy land to become a real world, a world that no longer depends on the real world, a world that can only exist in illusions. This. Blue and Orange didn't understand Yukari's words. Wu Yen was the only one who trembled. He looked at Yukari, who was staring at him with a shocked expression, and he blurted out in shock. Don't tell me you want me to turn the fantasy land into a real world? What's so strange about that? Yukari smiled. Since there are so many dungeon worlds, little Yen, it's not impossible for the fantasy land to be separated from this world and become another one, right? Are you kidding me? Wu Yen almost laughed out loud. Do you really think the system has a way to create a new world? Or do you think I have that kind of ability? That's right. I think you have the ability to do that. Wu Yen was stunned again. Blue and Orange were at a loss again when Yukari nodded her head in agreement. It's not just because of the system. Xiao Yen, there are no god-level powerhouses in the instance worlds. You know this very well. Even the dragon god isn't a god-level powerhouse. As for you, sooner or later, you will become a god-level powerhouse. With the system's help, little Yen, are you sure you don't have the ability to create a new world? Yukari's words were filled with anticipation for Wu Yen. You're underestimating your chances, little Yen. You're destined to soar to the top the moment you got the system. You're destined to reach a height no one can reach. This was Yukari's expectation for Wu Yen. Yukari might have been planning this from the moment she became Wu Yan's summon. She wanted Wu Yen to save the fantasy land that was about to disappear. She even wanted the fantasy land to be like the dungeon worlds Wu Yen had been to, a real world. At that time, Violet would no longer have to worry about what would happen to the fantasy village, nor would she have to worry about its destruction. By then, destroying the fantasy land would be as difficult as destroying an entire world. I see. Wu Yen laughed bitterly. I was a fool. How could the sage of the shifter, Yakumo Yukari, help me just because we're fused? Not only did she help me get rid of the Beast King, she even stood by my side. Wu Yen thought that with Yukari's shrewdness and intelligence, she wouldn't protect them when they first met. Even in the fantasy land, there weren't many people who could make Yukari do that. When they first met, he even took Yukari's life. How could he be worthy of Yukari's help? During that time, Yukari got along really well with them. She even acted like an elder sister and took care of them. She even gave Wu Yen advice. Now, Wu Yen knew that Yukari had been planning this earth-shattering event since then. As expected of Yukari. Wu Yen thought that Yukari didn't appear in front of him all this time because she wanted him to form an unbreakable bond with the people in the fantasy land. If that was the case, she wouldn't be able to sit by and watch the fantasy land perish. Perhaps, at the beginning, I did stay with you all for this purpose. I didn't reject you all. Yukari said after a moment of silence. But regardless of whether you believe it or not, I just want to say that to me now, you are already my family. Lady Yukari's family? Blue and orange fell silent. Wu Yen smiled helplessly. Looks like I have to give it a try just because of what you've said. Yukari smiled. Her smile was very sincere. Chapter 1861. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion, Stare. At this moment, Remilia, Patrice, and Zhuyi were standing in front of the round table on the platform. They had been gazing intensely at Wu Yen since 5 minutes ago, causing Wu Yen to reveal an unnatural expression. Of course, Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight weren't the only ones present. Fran and the little devil were also present. Fran even imitated Remilia's group and glared at Wu Yen. She tried her best to pretend to be angry, but in fact, she looked adorable. As for the little devil, she was merely present. She didn't glare angrily at Wu Yen like any of the other girls present. The only emotion on her face and eyes was one of schadenfreude. Under the gazes of the 5 girls, some angry, some reproachful, some concerned, some scrutinizing, and some taking pleasure in his misfortune, Wu Yen could only close his mouth tightly and stand in front of the group of girls as if he was sitting on pins and needles. His expression was rather resentful. After what seemed like an eternity, the most impatient of them all, Remilia, finally took the initiative to denounce them. Tell me, what happened in the 3 days that you disappeared? Yes. 3 days. It had already been 3 days since he had fainted from the battle with Delicate Fragrance Fengjian. In other words, he had fainted during the battle with Delicate Fragrance Fujimi. Wu Yen was unconscious for 3 whole days and only woke up today. Wu Yen had just learned of this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood here obediently and endured the intimidating gazes of Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, Fran, and Little Devil. After all, he had disappeared for 3 days in front of a group of girls for no reason. Remilia and the others were definitely the most worried. However, Wu Yen was puzzled. Before I return, Ziming had clearly told her that before bringing her back to the Bai Yun family, she had already greeted the people from the Red Devil Mansion. Why were Remilia and the others still denouncing her? The people from the Yakumo family only said that you will be staying with them for a few days. He seemed to have seen through the doubts in Wu Yan's heart. Patrice replied with her usual indifferent tone. He answered Wu Yan's question. But what exactly is the reason? But he didn't explain anything at all. So that's how it is. Wu Yan was slightly relieved and scratched his cheek. Actually, it's not a big deal, hence, Wu Yen told Remilia and the others everything that had happened after he left the Red Devil Mansion and went to the Sunflower Field 3 days ago. Although he said it as it is, he still knows how to hide some things that shouldn't be said. For example, the Great Barrier of Fantasy Town would collapse in a year. For example, Ziming suspected that the dragon god no longer existed. For example, Ziming planned to borrow Wu Yan's power to let Wu Yan create a world of his own and transcend from this world. In short, other than the conversation he had with Yukari in the sky above Gensokyo, Wu Yan basically told her everything he could. When they heard that Wu Yan fought with Yu Xiang, other than Fran who was at a loss and didn't know who Yu Xiang was, the rest of the girls were shocked. The Yu Xiang you're talking about, is it the flower demon in the sunflower field? Patrice didn't hide her shock. You actually fought with her? Oh! Seeing the shocked expressions of Remilia, Patrice, and Sanyi, other than Fran, Wu Yan raised an eyebrow. It seems like you all know Yu Xiang. We've only heard of her, we've never seen her before. Remilia raised her hand and curled her lips. I heard that the flower demon is on the same level as the demon sage in Fantasy Town. Lord Bai, did you really fight with her? Zhuyi seemed to know about Delicate Fragrance Fengjian's terrifying strength and showed a concerned expression. Could it be that you stayed in Yakumo's house for 3 days because you were injured? Big brother is injured? This time, Fran's delicate face showed a shocked expression and she almost jumped into Wu Yan's arms. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Big brother is injured? Where is he? It's fine. I'm fine, I'm fine. I didn't spend the past 3 days recovering from my injuries, I just fainted. Wu Yan hurriedly explained. Look, aren't I fine now? In fact, Wu Yan wasn't wrong. With Wu Yan true ancestors' regenerative abilities, The injuries he sustained during the battle with Yuka Fujimi were all healed up. He didn't even need to recuperate for the past 3 days, he was only unconscious. Thus, Wu Yan wasn't lying. Unfortunately, he could hide this from others, but not Patrice. Although you don't seem to be injured, your mana seems to have weakened quite a bit. Patrice frowned and stared at Wu Yan as though she was trying to see through Wu Yan. Besides, even if you were injured, you should have recovered by now with your recovery ability, right? Wu Yan was at a loss for words. Although 3 days have passed, just as Patrice sensed, Wu Yan still hasn't recovered the mana he used in the battle with Yu Xiang. It couldn't be helped. Although a true ancestor's recovery ability was very strong, Wu Yan's mana recovery was also reflected in his mana recovery. Moreover, he cultivated the highest level of mana cultivation. The amount of mana he could recover was more than an ordinary mage. However, recovering a lot didn't mean he could recover all of it. Wu Yan's mana can only be described as an ocean. If his mana was converted to water, then even a real ocean wouldn't be able to compare to the amount of mana he has in his body. So much mana, but in the battle with Delicate Fragrance Fujimi, almost all of it was consumed. Under such circumstances, how could it be so easy to recover so much mana? Even with Wu Yan's astonishing mana recovery, he only recovered about 30% of his mana in 3 days. However, this wasn't a bad thing. After such a large consumption and recovery, Wu Yan's mana would definitely reach a new height. Thus, Wu Yan let his mana recover on its own while he enjoyed a leisurely time. In any case, even 30% of his mana was enough for Wu Yan to squander. Who would have thought that Patrice would see through it and catch a ready-made one? Well, it's just that the consumption is a bit high. Wu Yan could only rub his nose and laugh. Actually, I'm fine. You guys are the ones who are worrying too much. That better be the case. Remilia turned her head away and muttered softly. However, since she dares to bully my Scarlet Fiend Mansion's people, shouldn't I go over and teach her a lesson? Hearing this, the others didn't say anything, but Wu Yan was frightened. Where did Remilia get the confidence to say that she wanted to teach Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian a lesson? That's the Flower Lord of 4 Seasons, the strongest existence in Fantasy Village. Even after leveling up, Yukari only had a 50% chance of victory. She's a terrifying opponent that I can't defeat even if I go all out. This Remilia is only at the 9th rank. If she can't even defeat me in my normal state, how can she deal with an opponent that I can't defeat even if I go all out? I'm afraid that if they really go over, Remilia won't be teaching the other party a lesson. Instead, she'll be delivering fertilizer. My little lady, please don't be rash. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. I don't want to go to Sun Garden to save you. This time, I won't be able to defeat Yu Xiang. Wu Yan lost to Fujimi Yuka when he was at full power. Now, he only has 30% of his mana left. If he were to fight Fujimi Yuka, he would lose without a doubt. If even Wu Yan is like this, there's no need to even mention Remilia. Even if the entire Scarlet Fiend Mansion comes out, the result won't change at all. It's the same even with Fran. It isn't that Remilia, Patrice, Xiao Yi, Fran, and the others are too weak. It's that Yu Xiang is too strong. Who needs you to save me? Remilia was slightly angry. A mere flower demoness, boom. As soon as this sentence left Remilia's mouth, a shocking explosion echoed in the Scarlet Fiend Mansion's hall. Chapter 1862. Boom. With such a huge explosion, the door of the Red Devil Hall suddenly exploded, rolling up thick smoke and fire. In an instant, it enveloped the entire hall of the Red Devil Hall. It didn't stop spreading until it reached the stairs. 3W, who's there? Remilia, Patrice, Little Devil, and Little Devil were startled. Shortly after, Remilia revealed a furious expression. Someone actually came to cause trouble in the Red Devil Mansion? Patrice, Little Knight, and Little Fiend seemed to have the same thought. They looked at the entrance of the Scarlet Devil Mansion with vigilance, indifference, or fear. Only Fran seemed to have encountered something fun. Her red eyes were filled with excitement. Not to mention the young ladies, even Wu Yan knitted his brows slightly. He turned around and gazed at the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion. But shortly after, he revealed a startled expression. At the entrance of the Red Devil Mansion that was engulfed in smoke and flames, a figure emerged from the smoke and flames and appeared before everyone's eyes. The owner of the figure had eye-catching emerald green curly hair. She wore a waistcoat with red and dark red checkered patterns and a knee-length skirt of the same style. She wore a yellow bow tie and a white long-sleeved shirt underneath the waistcoat. The young lady stood in the smoke and flames as though she was blocking the light that wasn't beneficial to her body. She held a parasol and sauntered into the hall. She scanned the surroundings with her red eyes and shifted her gaze to the platform at the end of the stairs. When she saw Wu Yan standing on the platform at the end of the stairs, the girl's bored eyes lit up and a gentle smile appeared on her face. "Found you? It's you?" Wu Yan was astonished. "Why you here?" Hey. Remilia looked at Wu Yan and she pointed at Yuka Fujimi. "Isn't she that flower demoness? The newcomer. It's delicate fragrance." That was why Wu Yan was so astonished. As the strongest flower queen in Fantasy Village, delicate fragrance Kaze could be said to be the embodiment of the strong. Not only did she like to be alone, but she also never went to any meaningless places. According to Wu Yan's understanding, delicate fragrance Feng Jian would only move about in his sunflower field territory. At most, he would go to the human realm for a stroll when he was free. When he had nothing to do, he would wander around the Boli Shrine. Aside from these three places, he basically wouldn't go anywhere else. Feng Jian Yuxiang came to the Red Devil Hall, and from the looks of it, she seemed to be looking for him. Of course, no matter how astonished Wu Yan was, Yukari's entrance was too aggressive. When Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, and the others realized that she was here to provoke them, they immediately tensed up. The imp already hid behind Patrice. She didn't look like a tamed demon should protect her master. Fran was curiously sizing up delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. "You're that flower demoness who bullied my Red Devil Hall's butler, right?" Remilia looked down at delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang with an unfriendly expression. "Now you want to provoke my entire Red Devil Hall?" "Provoke Red Devil Hall?" Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang glanced at Remilia and spoke indifferently. "I'm not interested." "Wah." Remilia's eyes widened. The anger on her face thickened. "Are you looking down on my Red Devil Hall? You want me to look up to you?" Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang thought for a moment and nodded. "Then are you strong?" In other words, if Remilia and the others were strong enough, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang wouldn't look down on Remilia and the others. On the contrary, if Remilia and the others were weak, delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang wouldn't look up to them. This is delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. She's a battle maniac who only cares about fighting. Hee. Remilia smiled, but there was no smile in her eyes. Scarlet blood mist began to spread from her body. "Do you want to try? Do you want to fight me?" Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's expression became a bit more motivated. "Then I can play with you." Hearing this, Patrice, Zuiyi, and the others immediately stood behind Remilia. One held a grimoire in one hand and the other held a glittering throwing knife between her fingers. Even the imp stood out and put on a defensive look. Fran also tilted her head and flew up. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, Wu Yan extended his hand and stopped Remilia and the others. He lowered his head and looked at delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. "You haven't answered me. Why did you come to Red Devil Hall?" "I've already answered." Seeing that the fight isn't going to happen, Yuka Kaze's eagerness disappeared and she looked at Wu Yan. "I'm here to find you." "Find me?" Delicate fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang nodded absent-mindedly. Then she seemed to recall something. "Oh right, when I came over, this monster guarding the door kept gesturing at me and even rushed over. You guys should know this guy, right?" After that, Feng Jian Yuxiang's hand that wasn't holding the parasol suddenly dragged a person with circles in his eyes out and threw him on the ground. "China!" Zuiyi exclaimed. When Remilia saw Hong Miling lying on the ground with circles in her eyes, anger flashed in her eyes. She wanted to go forward but was stopped by Wu Yan. "I don't object to you coming to find me, but can't you use a more normal method?" Wu Yan said helplessly. knocking down the door and blowing up the door. People who don't know would think you're here to provoke me. I just don't like trouble. Yuka Kaze said as she looked at Wu Yen from head to toe. She sounded a bit disappointed. Looks like you haven't fully recovered yet. My injuries are healed, I just consumed a bit of mana. Wu Yen said with a strange expression. You didn't come to find me just to fight with me, right? It would be best if we could fight again. Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang shook her head. But since you haven't recovered yet, forget it. Wu Yen noticed that Yukari Fujiki is back to her peak condition while he is still recovering his mana. Wu Yen didn't know if his final attack did any damage to Yuka Fujimi or not. If it did, how much damage would it have done to her? However, he knew that Yuka Fujimi's consumption of Yao power is no less than his. However, after 3 days, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang has recovered to her peak condition. Wu Yen couldn't help but admire her. As expected of the embodiment of nature, even if she doesn't have an immortal body, her recovery ability is super strong. Coupled with a constant supply of energy from nature, it's not strange that Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang recovered. Putting aside her recovery ability, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang won over Wu Yen in terms of mana and mana recovery. Wu Yen once again felt the power of Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang. Just as Wu Yen thought of this, a dark red color suddenly appeared in his eyes, making him stunned. He subconsciously reached out and caught the dark red color in his hand. Then Wu Yen was surprised to find out. That speck of crimson was a drop of blood that floated like a gem. Blood? Could it be? Wu Yen looked at Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang with an uncertain face. Is this your blood? Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang smiled without saying anything, which is equivalent to admitting Wu Yan's guess. But Wu Yen asked puzzledly, didn't you win the battle 3 days ago? Why are you giving me blood? Only by defeating Delicate Fragrance Fujimi would he be able to obtain her blood. This is the bet that Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang made. I don't need to follow a bet to decide who I want to give my blood to. After saying this, Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang looked at Wu Yen with eyes full of expectation. I remember you said that my blood can make you invincible, right? Although he didn't know what Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang was planning, Wu Yen still nodded. Then, make a promise with me. Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's voice showed a trace of excitement. When you become invincible, then fight with me. Fight again. This is Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's condition. It's very Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang's condition. Wu Yen clenched the drop of blood in his hand. After a long time, he nodded, making Delicate Fragrance Feng Jian Yuxiang smile with satisfaction. Chapter 1863. Night fell quietly, whoosh. The hubbub continued to reverberate throughout the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. It was the sound of the monsters partying. Needless to say, Remilia held a banquet as usual and invited all sorts of monsters to party in the hall of the Red Devil Mansion. Apart from the demons who had been invited, Remilia and Fran were also participating in this banquet. As usual, Black Knight was busy at the banquet as the head maid. This time, Patrice didn't attend the banquet. Like the little devil, she stayed in her underground library and immersed herself in the world of books. Wu Yen didn't attend the banquet as well. As the butler of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, Sakria told him that Wu Yen must be the host of the banquet and help the owner of the mansion, Remilia, prepare for the banquet. Wu Yen didn't forget about this. Just as Sakria had requested, when Remilia decided to host this banquet, she mobilized all the fairy maids in the Red Devil Mansion to prepare the food and wine needed for the banquet. Then, she sent people to invite the other Yaoma to the Red Devil Mansion to participate in the banquet. However, after all the preparations for the banquet were completed, the Yaoma came by invitation and Remilia brought an excited Fran out. Wu Yen managed to hide his presence from everyone. He left the banquet venue. It wasn't for any other reason but because he wasn't in the mood to attend the banquet. After returning to his room, or rather, the room of Remilia, Fran, and himself, Wu Yen laid on the bed and closed his eyes. The various events that happened in the fantasy village for the past 10 days flashed through his mind. It may sound inconceivable, but even with all the things that have happened, It doesn't change the fact that Wu Yan has only been in Gensokyo for 10 days or so. However, in these short 10 days, many things had happened. Meeting Remilia, Patrice, Black Knight, Spirit Dream, Alice, and the others, inexplicably becoming the butler of the Red Devil Mansion, consuming the medicine of the 8 senses Yonglin and triggering the 7 deadly sins, he got to know Gu Ming's Di-Ju and Gu Ming's Di-Love. He had sex with Patrice and Alice. Indirectly leading to the collapse of the Bori Shrine, she fought with the strongest Lord of Flowers in the Fantasy Village. In the end, he also learned from Yukari that the Fantasy Village was about to cease to exist. One thing after another happened. It was hard to believe that all of this had happened in just a short period of 10 days. Not even a month had passed. And in this period of less than a month, Yi Zichen had already made his move. Wu Yan also encountered all kinds of strange girls in Fantasy Village. And have more or less. Perhaps it could not be severed, or perhaps it was a bond that they had only met once. Now that he thought about it, Wu Yan still felt that it was somewhat inconceivable. However, the Fantasy Village was an incredible place. What's so strange about some inconceivable things happening? Of course, there were inconceivable things, but there were also things that should be done as a matter of course. Thinking until here, Wu Yan opened his eyes and raised one of his hands. On the hand, 5 drops of crimson, crystal clear, and beautiful blood that looked like gems were floating on top of it. Beep. Detected, blood essence containing power of fantasy, X1. Beep. Detected, blood essence containing power of realm, X1. Detected, blood essence containing power of eternity, X1. Beep. Detected, blood essence containing power of nature, X1. Detected, blood essence containing power of time, X1. Ding. Obtained, blood essence containing power of fantasy, X1. Blood essence containing power of realm, X1. Blood essence containing power of eternity, X1. Blood essence containing power of nature, X1. Blood essence containing power of time, X1. Ding. Congratulations to user for completing Demigod Path's 4th phase quest. Ding. Demigod Path's 4th phase quest completed. User can now choose to leave the current dungeon world at any time. The dungeon world is now open to user. Upon entering the dungeon world again, the system will no longer issue any more dungeon quests. User can now enter and exit the dungeon world at will. After bringing Fran back to the Red Devil Mansion and battling with Remilia and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood essence containing power of time from Black Knight's body. After going through the root of the 7 sins, Wu Yan entered the Forever Pavilion. He turned Kagaya of Penglai Mountain into his summon and obtained a drop of essence blood imbued with the power of eternity from Kagaya. With the help of Remilia, Patrice, and Black Knight, Wu Yan obtained a drop of blood essence containing power of fantasy from Red Dream. After the battle with Fengjian Yuxiang personally came to the Red Devil Mansion and gave Wu Yan a drop of blood essence containing power of nature. Not long ago, during the conversation with Yukari also gave Wu Yan a drop of blood essence containing power of realm before she left. Now, the quest items for the Demigod Path's 4th phase quest, the 5 drops of blood essence containing power of mystery, have all been obtained. Wu Yan's Demigod Path's 4th phase quest is finally completed. This means that Wu Yan's goal of reaching the pinnacle of the demigod realm has taken a huge step forward. Wu Yan's thoughts seemed to have drifted to another world as he held the 5 drops of blood in his hand. His eyes that were looking at the ceiling gradually became unfocused. What's wrong? At this moment, a familiar voice resounded from the side and entered Wu Yan's ears. Reluctant to leave Fantasy Paradise? In the corner of the room, right next to the bed Wu Yan was lying on, a pitch-black crack filled with ferocious eyes appeared in the space. Yukari, holding a paper fan, sat inside leisurely, only half of her body poking out. Like Wu Yan, she was looking at the ceiling. Although I want to tell you that it's not necessary, I'm not confident that I won't feel reluctant to leave Fantasy Paradise. Isn't this what you want to see as well? Wu Yan didn't look back, his voice was full of confusion. You want me to like Fantasy Paradise or something? Of course I'm happy that you like Fantasy Paradise. Yukari covered her mouth and smiled. However, if you don't want to leave, it will be quite troublesome for us. In another year, Fantasy Paradise will usher in the 60th anniversary of the Great Barrier's change. At that time, the Great Barrier that could no longer withstand the weakening of the barrier moderation phenomenon would collapse directly, connecting Fantasy Paradise to the outside world and causing unimaginable turbulence in the two worlds. A year's time was neither long nor short. For a great monster like Yukari who had lived for thousands of years, it was naturally not much different from a minute. For Wu Yen, if he didn't want to leave Fantasy Paradise and stayed in Fantasy Paradise, this year would pass very quickly. Yukari was counting on Wu Yen to turn Fantasy Paradise into a world for her. In order to do that, Wu Yen had to first become an existence that surpassed the dragon god. That was a god-level powerhouse. If Wu Yen couldn't become a god-level powerhouse before then, Yukari would indeed be troubled. Are you rushing me? Wu Yen said helplessly. There's no need to rush, right? As long as Wu Yen left this world, the time in this world would be frozen. Even if there was a summoner here, the time in this world wouldn't be frozen directly. The ratio of time would automatically be adjusted to 100 times the time in Wu Yan's world. That was, if Wu Yen spent 100 days in another world, only 1 day would pass in Fantasy Paradise. If a year passed in Fantasy Paradise, almost 100 years would have passed in Wu Yan's world. Using 100 years to become a god-level powerhouse? Wu Yen was still somewhat confident. I'm not rushing you, Purple said with a smile that made people unable to figure out what she was thinking. I just saw that you seemed to have something on your mind, so I came over to chat with you. Unfortunately, Wu Yen didn't feel that Yukari was being considerate at all. Peeping again? Wu Yen pursed his lips and asked. So, you agree that I should leave as soon as possible? If possible, I do need to buy some time. Yukari stopped smiling and sighed. 100 years, actually, isn't that long. Hearing this, Wu Yen fell silent, and the entire room returned to silence. Until a certain moment, Wu Yen suddenly said, Yukari, let's have a banquet. Chapter 1864. Fantasy Town, Alice's mansion. In the Western style and girlish room, Alice was looking at a glowing sphere in front of her very attentively. Her eyes were unprecedentedly serious, and there was even a trace of amazement. This glowing orb was something that Wu Yen left for Alice not too long ago when he brought her out for a wild day of fun. After sending her home, Wu Yen mysteriously left this orb for Alice before he bid her farewell. At that time, Alice had asked very doubtfully, wanting to know what this glowing sphere was. However, Wu Yen didn't answer Alice's question. Instead, he said this to her. Put this into your puppet, you will find a surprise. After saying this, Wu Yen didn't reveal anything else and left without looking back. After that, Alice put the glowing sphere into one of her dolls the next day. Then, Alice was shocked to find out that it was not the same as the previous one. That puppet had a life. It had a life. It was obviously a simple doll that could not be simpler. In terms of the degree of delicacy, it could not be compared with the Shanghai humanoid and Penglai humanoid around Alice. It was not like the Shanghai humanoid and Penglai humanoid, which Alice did not know how much effort it took to have intelligence similar to that of humans. However, such a simple puppet not only easily had intelligence comparable to that of Shanghai and Penglai, but also could do things that Renhai and Penglai couldn't do. For example, it didn't need Alice's manipulation. This puppet could move freely on its own. For example, it didn't need Alice's adjustment and teaching. This puppet could speak human language by itself, which was something that Renhai and Penglai couldn't do. For example, it didn't need Alice's guidance. This puppet could distinguish what it could do and what it couldn't do. It could also read and learn. What was even more amazing was that once, Alice also saw that the puppet had a desire for the food it ate. If it wasn't for the fact that this puppet didn't have a digestive system and its body was full of wood, it would probably be able to eat. This series of behavior was extremely human. Some couldn't even be done by Renhai and Penglai. It didn't need Alice's personal manipulation. He was completely self-disciplined, as if he had a real life. How could this not shock Alice? Unfortunately, it was just a simple puppet. Even if it had life, its body couldn't support it to carry out so many human-like actions, and it broke down after a few days. Although Alice felt that it was a pity, fortunately, the glowing sphere was still there. So, Alice quickly took out the glowing sphere and studied it from the morning until now. The more she studied it, the more surprised she was. This was because Alice discovered that this glowing sphere seemed to have the same effect as the Book of Witchcraft. There were spells recorded in the grimoire. If a mage had a grimoire, they could inject magic into the grimoire. They didn't need to cast the spell themselves to be able to use the spells recorded in the grimoire. This glowing sphere was the same. It seemed to contain some kind of magic. It was because of this spell that the doll with the glowing sphere had life. In other words, if the glowing sphere was compared to a magic book, then the magic recorded in it would be the magic of life. Alice was shocked and excited at the same time. What shocked Alice was that she had never heard of any magic that could bring about life. Alice was excited because she saw a bright path ahead. Alice knew that if she could research this magic of life, then all her dolls would be able to have life in the future. It wasn't hard to imagine how attractive this was to Alice, who had always wanted to develop a fully autonomous humanoid with life. However, Alice found that it was more difficult than she thought to research the magic in this glowing sphere. After all, this glowing sphere wasn't like the Book of Witchcraft that could be opened directly. Although the mage's magic attainments had to reach a very high level in order to read the original Book of Witchcraft, this glowing sphere in front of her didn't even have the means to open it. So, how should she research this magic of life? Alice was a little distressed. After a long time, she made this decision. Let's put it in another doll first and see if I can get some inspiration from studying that doll. After making up her mind, Alice's hands started to itch for the first time in a long time. In front of her was a magical item that could bring life to a doll. And the next doll she made would be able to obtain life through it. Although this doll with life wasn't completely created by Alice alone, it had always been Alice's dream to create a doll with life. Now, knowing that the next doll she made would have life, even if it wasn't all by herself, Alice was very excited. And of course, this time, Alice wouldn't make a simple doll. Since it's a doll with life, then at least the degree of delicacy should be on the same level as Shanghai and Penglai. With that said, Alice picked up the glowing sphere. At this moment, the door of Alice's room was pushed open with a loud, dong, sound. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. "Alice, I'm here to see you." The sudden muffled sound and shout gave Alice a fright. Her hand trembled, and the glowing sphere flew high up into the air. It was as if Alice had thrown it out. "Ah!" Alice cried out in shock. It was as if she could see this most important prop breaking into 7 or 8 pieces like a porcelain bowl. Her cry was filled with fear. Fortunately, the direction the glowing sphere fell towards was none other than the entrance to Alice's room. So Wu Yan, who wanted to give Alice a surprise, just opened the door and saw a familiar glowing sphere flying in his direction. Wu Yan subconsciously caught the glowing sphere in his hand and said in confusion, "Isn't this Eve's heart?" This is the Eve's heart that Wu Yan made for Alice. I say, Alice. Wu Yan looked at Alice, who was patting her chest with dissatisfaction. "Even if you don't like my gift, you don't have to throw it away, right? Who wants to throw it away?" Alice stepped forward and glared at Wu Yan fiercely. Then, she carefully took the Eve's heart. "I can't wait to treasure it." After saying that, Alice checked the Eve's heart in her hand. She didn't breathe a sigh of relief until she made sure there were no cracks on it. Seeing this, Wu Yan was a little happy but also a little unhappy. Of course, he was happy because Alice was satisfied with her gift. Moreover, the gloomy look from before had completely disappeared. Now, she was not much different from before she had sex with Wu Yan. Obviously, Alice has gradually walked out of this matter and calmly faced it. As for the dissatisfaction, naturally, it was because after he came, Alice still paid attention to Eve's heart and ignored him. Sigh. Wu Yan became melancholy. When you have a doll, you lose your husband. Alice's pretty face blushed, but she pretended not to understand and changed the topic. This time, what's the matter? If you want to talk about something, there is indeed something. Wu Yan scratched his cheek. I'm here to invite you to a banquet. A banquet? Alice paused for a moment. If there was one thing that was most famous in Fantasy Village, it would be banquets. Be it when Witch Boli was dealing with the mutation, or when some demons or humans were bored, they would hold 1 or 2 banquets to pass the time, or in the name of celebration. Alice likes to attend all kinds of banquets. Thus, when she heard that Wu Yan is here to invite her to a banquet, she nodded nonchalantly. Got it. When is the banquet? Let me know, I'll be there. Looking at Alice's nonchalant attitude, Wu Yan got even angrier. The banquet he held before leaving Fantasy Village was ignored by his own woman just like that? Looks like it's been too long since she was taught a lesson. At an angle that Alice couldn't see, Wu Yan smiled sinisterly and quietly closed the door. Ah! The next moment, Alice's scream rang out. It didn't take long for it to turn into panting and begging for mercy. Chapter 1865. Underground World, Earth Spirit Hall. In Gu Ming Diju's room, at the center of the room, Gu Ming Diju was holding a book and reading it with great interest. To Gu Ming Diju, who could directly read minds and know what others were thinking, even knowing the darkness in many people's hearts, reading was a very meaningful thing. This was because Gu Ming could only understand the content of the book through reading. It was not like when he was facing a human, where he could naturally know what the other person was thinking as long as he opened his third eye. Therefore, reading was one of Gu Ming's favorite activities. There was no other activity like reading. Compared to Gu Ming Diju, who was immersed in the world of books, Gu Ming Diju seemed to be entertaining himself. While Gu Ming Dijue was reading the book with great interest, Gu Ming Dijue's love was lying on the floor of Gu Ming Dijue's room. She didn't care whether her clothes were dirty or not. She stared at the cat with fire on its tail in front of her with big, round, beautiful eyes wide open. That was the famous fire cat in the underground world. The fire cats in Earth Spirit Hall were all Gu Ming Diju's pets. It could also be said that they were Gu Ming Diju's pets. At this moment, Gu Ming Diju was chatting with the fire cat in front of her to pass time. Hey, why do you have fire on your tail? Meow. The fire cat tilted its head and looked confused. Although this fire cat could not turn into a human like the fire cat Phosphorus, it already had the basic intelligence. It was not just this fire cat. In Earth Spirit Hall, Gu Ming Diju's pets all had a certain level of intelligence. Otherwise, why would Gu Ming Diju's love let his pets do all the work in Earth Spirit Hall? Therefore, this fire cat could understand Gu Ming Diju's words. Unfortunately, although it could understand, it could not speak. It could not speak. It didn't know how to do that. It could only give the simplest answer. Of course, such an answer was basically, other than Gu Ming Diju, who could directly read its heart, it was unlikely that anyone else would know what it meant, including Gu Ming Diju. What is meow? Gu Ming Diju expressed that the two languages did not seem to be from the same country. She tilted her head. His face was filled with doubt. Will there be fire in your tail if you say meow? Meow. Meow, Lian Lian is meowing, but there is no fire in her tail. Meow. I almost forgot that Lian Lian doesn't have a tail. Meow. Meow. Why is it still meow? Lian Lian started to pout, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Don't you want to talk to Lian Lian? Meow. The flame cat also expressed that it was under a lot of pressure to have such a naive and romantic little sister who didn't know anything. Just like that, the extremely strange conversation between the human and the cat continued in the form of self-entertainment. Other than the man and the cat, the only person present, Gu Ming Diju, did not notice this rather annoying scene at all. It was not that Gu Ming Diju did not care about his sister, but first of all, Gu Ming Diju's attention was completely focused on the book in his hand, so she did not have the spare energy to pay attention to anything else. Secondly, that was also the reason why Gu Ming Diju had fallen in love with her. Gu Ming Diju had sealed his soul and had the ability to control his subconscious. Gu Ming Diju's sense of existence was originally weak, so even if she passed by people's sight, it was possible that she would not be noticed. Because of this, and because Gu Mingdiju's attention was focused on the book in his hand, so even if Gu Mingdiju's voice and the cat's meowing were echoing in the room, Gu Mingdiju did not notice. From various aspects, this was indeed a very strange scene. At least, he directly came to the room with the magic of space transfer. Wu Yan, who had just come out of Alice's room, saw this scene and was speechless for a long time. If one looked carefully, one would notice that there was a lingering trace of joy between Wu Yan's brows. It was the lingering pleasure after he did something inexplicable to Alice under the circumstances of not knowing whether it was punishment or venting his dissatisfaction in his heart. Now, when he saw this strange scene in front of him, the lingering pleasure quickly disappeared, leaving behind only an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a while, Gu Mingdiju, who was still bored talking to the flame cat, noticed that there seemed to be another person in the room. She turned her head and looked in the direction of Wu Yan. Then her eyes brightened, and she jumped up happily and cheered out loud. Brother! Brother? No matter how he did not notice the existence of Gu Mingdiju could not hear Gu Mingdiju's loud voice. Then, Gu Mingdiju raised his head in confusion and looked forward. Then he saw Gu Mingdiju's face was full of excitement, and she rushed to Wu Yan. Suddenly, Gu Mingdiju was stunned. When he found that it was Wu Yan, his eyes also brightened. He put down the book in his hand and stood up with some surprise. Brother! Gu Mingdiju jumped in front of Wu Yan excitedly, looking at Wu Yan with big sparkling eyes. Her eyes were full of joy. Is it you? Did you come to see Diju? Looking at Gu Mingdiju's strangely happy and cute look, Wu Yan could not help but smile. He reached out his hand and touched Gu Mingdiju's little head. I came to see you guys. Are you happy? Happy. Gu Mingdiju also reached out her hand and hugged Wu Yan's leg like a koala bear, laughing softly. Keeping the look of touching Gu Mingdiju's head, Wu Yan raised his eyes and looked forward. He met Gu Mingdiju's eyes. Looking at Gu Mingdiju's surprised look, he smiled and greeted him. How have you been recently? Listening to this most ordinary greeting, Gu Mingdiju felt touched from the bottom of his heart. It could not be helped. Because of the ability to read minds, Gu Mingdiju knew everything about others. He was hated by almost all humans, demons, and gods. When did he hear such words? Just this simple greeting made Gu Mingdiju very satisfied. It also made Gu Mingdiju feel that meeting Wu Yan was a very lucky thing. I just read books when I have nothing to do and walk around Earth Spirit Hall with Ah Lin and Ah Kong. Gu Mingdiju smiled gently. Also, Diju has not been running around recently. With Diju accompanying me, it is not boring. Is that so? Wu Yan hesitated for a bit before asking. Have you always been like this in Earth Spirit Hall? Gu Mingdiju did not want to hide anything from Wu Yan and nodded seriously. No one would welcome me anywhere else. I don't like to run around. Hearing this, Wu Yan scratched his face and showed a troubled expression. This made Gu Mingdiju curious. What's wrong? No. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Originally, I wanted to invite you to a banquet on the surface. Who knew that you don't like to run around? Banquet? Gu Mingdiju was stunned. Banquet? Gu Mingdiju looked very interested. Diju saw something called a banquet when Diju went to the surface. It was very fun. Banquets are for fun. Wu Yan patted Gu Mingdiju's head lovingly. How about it? Do you want to go? I want to go, I want to go. Gu Mingdiju shouted without hesitation. Diju wants to go. Diju! Gu Mingdiju frowned and scolded her. You can't be so rude. Sister, let's go to that banquet. Gu Mingdiju looked pitifully at Gu Mingdiju. Diju wants to go. But Gu Mingdiju was in a difficult position. If you really don't want to go, I won't force you. Wu Yan comforted her. As for Diju, if you trust me, how about letting me take care of her? No, it's not that I don't want to go. Gu Mingdiju shook his head and sighed. It's just that, will the people on the surface welcome us? Hearing this, Wu Yan remembered. Previously, the demons in the underground world had brought some trouble to the surface. Even the laziest Ling Meng was busy for a period of time. After that, Ling Meng banned the demons from the underground world from entering the surface. It was no wonder that Gu Ming Diju thought so. Leave this to me. Wu Yen patted his chest. I'll make it clear to Ling Meng. I see. Gu Ming Diju was slightly moved. After seeing Gu Ming Diju's pleading look, he nodded. Wu Yen smiled. Chapter 1866. Fantasy Village, Lost Bamboo Forest. Step by step, Wu Yen walked on the mountain path leading to the Eternal Pavilion. He seemed to be reminiscing about the environment in the Lost Bamboo Forest. He didn't use spatial magic and walked like an ordinary person. His gaze was focused on the area in front of him. Wu Yen took a good look at the brand new house that looked a bit strange. In the courtyard of the house, Ling Xian was holding some herbs and identifying them with a troubled expression. Master, which herb are you looking for? As Yonglin's disciple, Ling Xian's fighting strength wasn't that great. She wasn't even at the 9th level. She was just hovering around the 8th level. It wasn't that Ling Xian didn't have any talent. Yonglin didn't want Ling Xian to become a disciple with great fighting strength. Instead, she wanted Ling Xian to be her successor in the medical field. It seemed like she wanted Ling Xian to inherit her medical skills. Ling Xian, on the other hand, had been with Yonglin for quite some time now. When it came to herbs, Ling Xian believed that it was almost impossible for her to not recognize them. But every time Ling Xian thought so, Yonglin seemed to be able to see through Ling Xian's mind. She would find some plants that Ling Xian had never seen before and let Ling Xian identify them. Clearly, this time, Ling Xian was stumped by the herbs that Yonglin had found from God knows where. Don't tell me they aren't herbs? It was inevitable that Ling Xian would have such doubts. After all, there was once when Yonglin grabbed a bunch of weeds outside and asked Ling Xian to identify them. Ling Xian studied them for a dozen days but couldn't figure out that they were just ordinary weeds. It wasn't that Ling Xian was stupid. Yonglin was too smart in her heart. Ling Xian didn't expect Yonglin to trick her by grabbing a bunch of weeds. She mistook them for herbs. Thus, Ling Xian didn't think that they were weeds. She thought they were herbs that looked like weeds. Wu Yen chuckled when he saw Ling Xian struggling with the plant. His laughter attracted Ling Xian's attention. Master Bai? Ling Xian was startled by his words. Then he quickly stood up. He bowed respectfully to Wu Yen. Lord Bai. Good morning, Ling Xian. Wu Yen beckoned to Ling Xian. Are you busy? I'm not in a hurry. I'm just identifying some herbs. Ling Xian replied with some awkwardness. Are you looking for Her Highness? Then I'll go and report to Master. I am indeed here to look for Huey, Wu Yen said strangely. But I'm looking for Hui Yi. Why are you reporting to Yonglin instead? This. Ling Xian hesitated for a moment, feeling a little awkward. Then, he said carefully. Master said that if Lord Bai comes to look for Her Highness, we must report to her first. This Yonglin. Wu Yen was speechless and had no choice but to compromise. There's no other way. Although it's very troublesome, this is the only way. Thank you, Lord Bai. Ling Xian smiled gratefully at Wu Yen and walked into the Forever Pavilion to report to Yonglin. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, the bored Wu Yen sensed an extremely restrained but strangely powerful and mysterious familiar presence slowly approaching him from within the UCI Pavilion. A few seconds later, the door of the Forever Pavilion opened and Yonglin walked out. She looked at Wu Yen and said with a smile. What? You want to look for trouble in the Forever Pavilion after fighting with the flower demon in the sunflower field? Wu Yen flinched when he heard this. He was surprised by this. You know? I know. Yonglin shook her head. I think I'm not the only one in the fantasy village who knows. Many people should have sensed the aura you leaked when you fought with the flower demon that day. Yonglin subconsciously glanced at Wu Yen. She's a bit surprised by his reaction. That day, when Wu Yen fought with Fengjin Yuxiang, Yonglin sensed his aura and secretly paid attention to it. Although it wasn't something that could be casually mentioned, Yonglin saw the entire battle that day. Naturally, she also saw Wu Yan's combat power. To be honest, Yonglin didn't expect Wu Yen to be able to fight Fengjin Yuxiang to a draw. That's a result that Yonglin might have to risk everything to achieve. Yonglin knew that Wu Yan wasn't strong enough to fight Fengjian Yuxiang to a draw. Wu Yan was barely qualified to fight her, let alone fight Fengjian Yuxiang. Coupled with the fact that she saw Wu Yan using the power of realm manipulation that only Yukari can do, Yatsuki guessed that Wu Yan must have used some sort of method to temporarily increase his power. That's how he achieved such a result. However, no matter what, Wu Yan had the ability to fight Fengjian Yuxiang, Yakumo Yukari, or herself. This was basically confirmed. Yonglin felt that it was necessary to re-examine Wu Yan. That's the ability you got from the system, right? Yonglin looked at Wu Yan with eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The method that allows people to temporarily gain power beyond their own and Yakumo Yukari's ability. Wu Yan smiled awkwardly when he saw Yonglin's eyes that looked like she wanted to dissect him. Rather than saying that I got it from the system, it's better to say that I got it from my own blood. Bloodline? Yonglin narrowed her eyes slightly. Vampire's ancestor? You even know that? Wu Yan was puzzled by her reaction. Since you know everything, why are you still asking me? If I could really know everything, I wouldn't have let you have such a relationship with the princess. Yonglin's tone was a little cold. It's just that I've seen a creature of the night just like you over the eons. I don't know how long ago. Have you seen the ancestor? Wu Yan mused for a bit before he finally said something like that. Have you seen the dragon god? Dragon god? Yonglin didn't expect Wu Yan to ask such a question. She frowned slightly. You mean the dragon god in Fantasy Village? You must be one of the oldest existences in Fantasy Village, right? Wu Yan stared at Yonglin. The dragon god appeared in Fantasy Village for the last time when Bori was building the barrier. If it's you, you must have seen the dragon god, right? Fantasy Village used to be a remote place in the world before it was isolated from the outside world. In other words, Fantasy Village existed before the dragon god appeared for the last time. If Yonglin was already in the Fantasy Village at that time, she should have seen the dragon god who appeared in the Fantasy Village for the last time. However, Yonglin shook her head while Wu Yan was thinking. No, you're wrong, I haven't seen the dragon god. Wu Yan was stunned. Indeed, the princess and I already existed in the Fantasy Village before the Great Barrier was built. Yonglin sighed. But at that time, in order to avoid the people from the moon, the princess exiled the entire Forever Pavilion to the world of Forever. It wasn't until recently that the Forever Pavilion really appeared in Fantasy Village. You know this, so neither the princess nor I have seen the dragon god. I see. Wu Yan nodded with disappointment. Then there's no other way. Why did you suddenly mention the dragon god? Yonglin Yagi asked in confusion. You're not the kind of person who would miss the gods that are almost forgotten by everyone, right? Well, there are all kinds of reasons. Wu Yan said perfunctorily, then smiled bitterly. By the way, I'm here for Kagaya. Where is she? You're looking for the princess because of the banquet, right? Yonglin glanced at Wu Yan. That crow seems to have gotten the news from somewhere and is spreading it everywhere. The Forever Pavilion also got the news, so you don't have to run around anymore, just go back and prepare. Paparazzi? Wu Yan was stunned, then pursed his lips. I almost forgot about her, I should have just let her invite her, so I don't have to run around. Just like that, the news that a grand banquet was about to be held spread throughout Fantasy Town. The venue of the banquet was Bori Shrine. Chapter 1867. Fantasy Village, Bori Shrine. Today, early in the morning, there were people flying in from afar and landing in front of the newly built Bori Shrine. In fact, although they were called humans, there were only a few real humans among the many existences that came to the Bori Shrine. The rest were all monsters, fairies, spirits, and other races that only existed in fantasy villages. There was only one reason why so many monsters, spirits, and other kinds of existences would fill the open space in front of the Bori Shrine. That is, today, a grand banquet will be held in the Bori Shrine. It was precisely because the banquet was held in the Bori Shrine that so many monsters, spirits, and other kinds of existences came. After all, if there is a place in Fantasy Village that is the most famous, it is definitely the Bori Shrine. Although the Bori Shrine is not the only shrine in Fantasy Village, the importance of the Bori Shrine to Fantasy Village is even more important than the various races that live here. Not for other reasons, just because, without the Bori Shrine, Fantasy Village would not exist. The Bori shaman who managed the Fantasy Village was here. The Bori shaman was also the one who established the Great Barrier and gave birth to the current Fantasy Village. Not to mention, the Bori Shrine also worshipped the highest level god in the Fantasy Village, the Dragon God. Of course not. In Fantasy Village, except for those who have lived for a long time, basically no one knows about the existence of the Dragon God. This was not surprising. The Dragon God had never shown his miracles, unlike the Guardian Arrow Shrine on the Demon Mountain. As long as someone offered faith, the god there would definitely give back a certain miracle. It made people wonder whether the so-called highest-level god in the Fantasy Village really existed. And this is also one of the phenomena that made the Purple Association doubt whether the Dragon God still exists. No one knows whether the god worshipped exists or not. In addition, the Bori Shrines, which is lazy all day long. They were cold and indifferent to everyone. On the way to the shrine, monsters that were good at attacking humans would appear from time to time. Due to various reasons, very few humans would come to the Bori Shrine to worship. However, this does not affect the popularity of the Bori Shrine in Fantasy Village. Even if the god they worshipped was no longer around, there were only a few worshippers. Magus Bo Li was the manager of Fantasy Village on the surface. Furthermore, she would come out from time to time to deal with troublesome demons and resolve any anomalies. The most well-known place in Fantasy Village was undoubtedly the Bori Shrine. Therefore, even though the Bori Shrine was not very popular, there were still many monsters and even great monsters who liked to visit the Bori Shrine. Needless to say, the moment they heard that the Bori Shrine was going to hold a banquet, basically all the well-known, unknown, powerful, and not so powerful monsters in the Fantasy Village came here in groups of 2s and 3s, filling the open space in front of the Bori Shrine with people. Standing in the hallway of the Bori Shrine, Ling Meng looked at the noisy area in front of her. There were at least a few hundred demons, and Ling Meng fidgeted with her jet-black hair, almost causing the huge red bow to fall off. Is it so difficult to spend a few days leisurely? Well, isn't this good? Marissa stood beside Ling Meng. Unlike the resentful Ling Meng, Marissa appeared to be in high spirits. This banquet is sponsored by the little brother from the Yakumo family. You don't have to pay for it. Furthermore, you can eat and drink for free. That's very enviable. We can eat and drink for free, but we can forget about the banquet. Princess Ling Meng did not hesitate to say those words. It wasn't easy for me to rebuild my shrine. What if these guys cause me trouble again? What should I do? It seems that Wenwen and I have been the ones who have been rebuilding the shrine. Marissa laughed dryly and muttered. Besides, it's not like you don't have any benefits. The bow on Ling Meng's head shook slightly and she snorted coldly. However, no matter how one looked at it, it seemed like she was faking it. What are you talking about? Hee hee. Marissa let out an extremely mischievous laugh. Do you think I don't know? The little brother from the Yakumo family has already paid you for the venue, right? How is that possible? Ling Meng's face stiffened slightly and she put on a fake smile. How could I possibly agree to lend the venue to such a troublesome person? Is that so? It was rare for Marissa to speak in a tone as if she had the upper hand. She was immensely pleased with herself. Stop hiding it, Ling Meng. When the little brother from the Yakumo family came to borrow the venue from you, he said that he would pay you for the venue. Wenwen saw it and told me everything. You can't lie to me. Wenwen? Ling Meng was startled and she clenched her teeth. It's that damned paparazzi again. See if I don't teach you a lesson. Ling Meng, just confess. Marissa patted Ling Meng's shoulder and said in a gentle tone. Why don't I go find the little brother from the Yakumo family and tell him personally that you won't be borrowing the venue for this banquet? You won't be charging him for the venue either. How is that possible? Ling Meng's eyes widened. I am the noble Boli witch. How can I let the gold in my hands fly away? Hearing this, even with Marissa's thick nerves, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Let's not talk about the relationship between Gold Coin and the witch. Just the words noble character and unquestionable integrity, when used on Princess Ling Meng, was already worth pondering over. You actually hid such a big matter from me. On the other side, Remilia was hovering in the air in a corner of the noisy crowd. She angrily shouted at Wu Yan, whose ears were hurting from being yelled at. Why didn't I know that you were planning to hold such a big banquet? Calm down. Calm down. Wu Yan hurriedly waved his hand in an attempt to calm Remilia down. I saw that you were holding a banquet in the Red Devil Mansion, so I didn't tell you. That's that. That's that. Remilia yelled in a frenzy. Such a big banquet. If others find out that the Red Devil Mansion's butler paid for it and the Red Devil Mansion didn't contribute a single cent, where am I supposed to put my face? You said it yourself. This is this and that is that. I didn't hold this banquet as the Red Devil Mansion's butler. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Besides, if it doesn't work, I can just tell others that the Red Devil Mansion is the one behind this banquet. All right, your head. Remilia's anger didn't lessen. It won't take long for people to dig out the truth about this matter. Do you think that paparazzi has been faking it all this time? Remy, calm down first. Patrice silently closed the book in her hand. She seemed to be annoyed by the ruckus and said helplessly, the banquet is already held and most of the invited guests are here. The banquet will officially begin soon. Even if you keep making a ruckus here, it won't be of any use. Yes. Now isn't the time to quarrel. Remilia snapped out of her daze and glared at Wu Yan before turning to Zuyi. While there's still time, Zuyi, hurry up and prepare some dishes and wine for the banquet. At the very least, these things should be provided by us. That way, others won't have anything to say. Yes, miss. Eldest young miss. Bu Yi bowed, and with a flash he disappeared on the spot. Wu Yan could only roll his eyes. In about half an hour, the banquet would officially begin. Even if Sui Yi had the ability to manipulate time, it would be very tiring to prepare all the dishes and wine needed for the banquet during this period of time. This Remilia actually made Sui Yi work so hard just for a bit of face. It seems like I have to find some time to teach her a lesson. Wu Yan's gaze wandered between Remilia and Patrice for a while before he asked, right, where's Fran? Just as Remilia was about to reply, a series of hurried footsteps entered Wu Yan's ears. Not long later, Wu Yan felt a weight on his back as two petite figures appeared. Big brother. Fran's face was slightly flushed and she seemed to be very happy. Big brother. The other was Gu Ming's love. Chapter 1868. Lian Lian? Looking at the naughty Furan who is lying on his back with her head peeking out from his shoulder, Wu Yan laughed. You're here? Gu Ming Di Lian nodded his head heavily, his little feet dangling in the air, swaying non-stop. Lian Lian is here, and there's a lot of people with her. Gu Ming's love, who had come to the surface more than once, naturally had seen the scene of the banquet. Moreover, after the mutation caused by the monsters in the underground world was resolved by Ling Meng, the fantasy paradise held a banquet as usual. At that time, Gu Ming's love had also participated. However, the scale of the banquet then was on a completely different level compared to this one. Putting everything else aside, the number of monsters attending the banquet alone was so large that even Gu Ming's love was surprised. Where's your sister? Wu Yan pinched Gu Ming Di Lian's nose. Don't tell me that you abandoned your sister and ran over here by yourself? That's not bad. Lian Lian is not that bad. Besides, I won't let Lian Lian come alone. Gu Ming Lian wrinkled her nose and pointed in a direction. Sister is over there. Wu Yan, Remilia, and Patrice looked in the direction Gu Ming Di Lian pointed. Gu Ming Di Lian was looking around with Spirit Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. They seemed to be looking for something. Gu Ming Di Lian scanned the surroundings, nimbly passing by demons and walking towards them. Sister! Gu Ming Di Lian shouted. I'm here! Gu Ming Dijue looked over when he heard Gu Ming Dijue. When he saw Furan and Gu Ming Dijue lying on Wu Yan's back, he couldn't help but grin as he walked over. Sorry to keep you waiting. Gu Mingdi smiled. I'm not late, right? Thank goodness the banquet hasn't started yet. Wu Yan greeted Gu Mingdi and waved at Spirit Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. Hello, you do. Facing this one and only friend that their master thought about every day, Spirit Crow Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor did not dare to be negligent. They quickly bowed. Why are you two here? At this moment, Remilia frowned and glared at Wu Yan. You even informed the people of Earth Spirit Hall, but not me. What is the meaning of this? Oh please. You know they live in the underworld. They'll need some time to get here. Of course I have to inform them in advance. Remilia seemed to be brooding over the fact that he didn't inform her beforehand. Wu Yan didn't know what expression he should show. Also, it's not like I didn't inform you. It's not like you came uninvited, so why are you still brooding over it? I don't care. Remilia said willfully. If there's a next time, you have to inform me first. Do you hear me? Yes. Wu Yan could only reply helplessly. Patrice, Gu Mingdi and the others found it funny. And in just a short while, another familiar figure appeared on the scene. Lord Bai. Following this voice, 3 figures appeared in Wu Yan's vision. One of them is a girl with bunny ears who greeted Wu Yan just now. One of them was a young girl with a cold and elegant temperament walking at the side. There was also an elegant young lady who walked in front of them. She was dressed in a Japanese outfit and had long, silky black hair that flowed like a waterfall. She looked like a princess. They were Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi, Yonglin Ba Yi, and Ling Xian. How lively! Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi looked at the lively scene and seemed to be lost in thought. How long has it been since this concubine saw such a lively scene? Since betraying the moon, Hui of Mount Penglai had been living in the Forever Pavilion for a long time. He did not even appear in people's sight when the Forever Pavilion held an exhibition. He hid in his room and lived an otaku life. Thus, Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi didn't know how long it had been since she went out. She also didn't know how long it had been since she saw such a lively scene. Yonglin Ba Yi also seemed to be reminiscing. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I saw so many people. At this moment, these 2 girls who didn't seem to be over 20 years old were filled with an aura of vicissitudes. It was hard for people to get used to it. Wu Yan was the only one who teased him. Now you finally know how much of an otaku you are? This sentence was naturally directed at Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi. As a lady of a noble family, it's not strange that you don't go out. Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi finally recovered from her absent-minded state. She dragged her long sleeves and covered the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Besides, the human heart is very complicated. For a weak girl like me, if I run around, I don't know when I will be abducted by a strange uncle. Saying these words, Mount Penglai's Hui still acted as if it was a serious matter, tenderly stroking his cheek. Without a doubt, Mount Penglai Kagaya was a great beauty. She was a woman who was much more beautiful than those who called themselves beauties. Otherwise, she wouldn't have conquered an entire era with her beauty and written her own monogatari. When such a great beauty touched the side of her face, it was indeed breathtaking. Even Remilia, Gu Mingdi and the other young girls couldn't help but cast sidelong glances. Wu Yan couldn't help but retort. Let's not talk about whether you're weak or not. Only a little lowly would be abducted by a strange uncle. You're not a delicate lowly. You won't attract a strange uncle. Don't worry. Allah, have you forgotten my ability? Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi smiled slyly. My ability is to control forever and for a moment. I have already recorded the moment when I was still a lowly. I can reproduce it at any time. How about it? Do you want to see it? The lowly version of Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi. Asking if he wanted to see it or not, of course he wanted to. For a moment, Wu Yan almost wavered. But when he saw the sly expression in Penglai Mountain's eyes, his heart suddenly turned cold. Intuition told Wu Yan that if he really answered yes, he would definitely be tricked by this two-faced princess. Thus, Wu Yan flatly refused. Forget it. You should find someone else to see it. Is that so? Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi shook her head in disappointment. A trace of vexation surfaced in her eyes. Clearly, it was because Wu Yen didn't fall for her trick. This made Wu Yen rejoice. HM? All of a sudden, Patrice lifted her head and looked in a certain direction. She paused for a moment and knitted her brows. What's wrong? Noticing Patrice's change, Remilia asked. Then, she turned to the direction Patrice was looking at just now. The others also looked over curiously. Soon after, everyone present saw another familiar figure flying towards them in midair. There were two palm-sized people floating beside him. Wu Yan's spirit jolted as he raised his hand and without thinking, he yelled out. Alice! Hearing someone calling her, Alice, who was flying over, turned around and met Wu Yan's gaze. Her pretty face quickly turned red. It couldn't be helped. Not long ago, when Wu Yan invited her to the banquet, she placed all her attention on Eve's heart and ignored Wu Yan. As a result, she was viciously dealt with by Wu Yan. Alice still couldn't forget the scene where Wu Yan placed her in 18 different positions. In the end, she could only beg for mercy due to exhaustion. While Alice was furious, she also fiercely glared at Wu Yan. Even so, Alice obediently brought Shanghai and Penglai to land in front of Wu Yan's group. Alice didn't realize that she was getting more and more used to interacting with Wu Yan. She was no longer as distant as before. This made Wu Yan secretly delighted. If it continued like this, sooner or later, Alice would be willing to accompany him by his side, and it would be a matter of course. However, this joyful mood collapsed at the next moment. After landing in front of Wu Yan, Alice didn't look at Wu Yan immediately. Instead, she looked at Patrice. Wu Yan could only curse inwardly. These two girls with Yuri plots, they wouldn't quarrel, right? Chapter 1869. Not sure if they sensed something, but the moment Alice and Patrice exchanged glances, the surrounding girls quietened down. This wasn't the first time Remilia had witnessed Alice and Patrice, who were usually calm and indifferent. Whenever they met, they would quarrel with each other like needles against a wheat mang. Remilia felt a headache coming on. Gumming Diju seemed to have read some information from Alice and Patrice. He looked at Alice, Patrice, and even Wu Yan with an odd gaze before retreating to the side with Spirit Wu Lukong and Flaming Cat Phosphor. As for Yonglin and Ling Xian, they chose to observe silently. Mount Penglai's bright knight rolled his eyes and revealed an expression of watching a show. Even Fran and Gumming Diju, who were lying on Wu Yan's back, widened their eyes, waiting to see what would happen next. Seeing this group of despicable fellows choosing to remain silent, Wu Yan could only bitterly laugh and let Alice and Patrice go. Just when everyone thought that Alice and Patrice were going to quarrel like before, the two of them revealed helpless smiles at the same time. It was as if they had thought through something and gotten over it. I thought you weren't coming. Patrice smiled faintly. Fortunately, I'm not too late. Since you've invited me, of course I'll come. Alice nodded her head calmly, as though everything she had done before was just like a child playing around. Moreover, wouldn't it be a loss if I didn't come to such a large-scale banquet? That's right. I don't know how long it has been since I attended such a large-scale banquet. In the past, such a banquet would only be held once a year at Boli Shrine, right? It's a pity that Boli Shrine hasn't held such a large ceremony for many years. Indeed, it's a pity. Immediately, Alice and Patrice ignored the surrounding people and started chatting with each other. Moreover, they seemed to be having a good time, causing Remilia to be at a loss. What's going on? This question was also what Wu Yan wanted to ask. Looking at Alice and Patrice, who are chatting like old friends, Wu Yan couldn't help but think of this possibility. Could it be that these two Yuri girls have gotten over it? Could it be that he was just smiling on the surface, and secretly made an appointment to find a place to fight to the death later? While Wu Yan had such a thought, Patrice suddenly spoke to Alice. Right, Marissa is over there with Princess Lingming. If you want to find her, you can go over there. Marissa? Alice was startled. Her face was filled with curiosity. Why should I find Marissa? This time, it was Patrice's turn to be startled. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. But didn't you have feelings for Marissa? I don't understand what you're talking about. As if she didn't want to hear anything, Alice interrupted Patrice and looked straight at her. If we really want to talk about it, shouldn't you be the one looking for Marissa? How could that be? Patrice's brows twitched. Marissa and I are just ordinary friends. Patrice's words weren't forced at all. Anyone could tell that she wasn't lying. At the very least, she wasn't lying. Naturally, Alice also heard it. She narrowed her eyes. But Marissa and I are also just ordinary friends. Similar to Patrice, Alice's words didn't feel like she was lying at all. Her credibility was at least 90%. In other words, because of a certain matter, the two of them had mistaken Marissa, who used to have a Yuri plot, as an ordinary friend. Because of this matter, they also mistakenly believed that the other party still had a Yuri plot towards Marissa. Simply put, the reason why Patrice and Alice didn't quarrel like before was because there was no longer a need to quarrel. Their orientations had been twisted by a certain wolf and they no longer coveted Marissa. Therefore, they couldn't be at each other's throats anymore. Then, here comes the question. Since both of their orientations had changed, then who was the one who had changed their orientation? Even though they didn't know why the other party no longer coveted Marissa, Patrice and Alice sharply sensed who the problem was. They lifted their heads and shot their ice-cold gazes at Wu Yan. Wu Yan started sweating profusely when he heard Patrice and Alice talking to each other about what happened. Whether it was Patrice or Alice, both of them used to like Marissa. Now, it seemed like they no longer had any feelings for Marissa. However, the one who changed them was him. Wu Yan had a rough idea of what would happen next. On the other side, upon witnessing Wu Yan's sweat-drenched appearance, Patrice and Alice instantly understood what was going on. Their gazes turned sharp. Could it be that you also, toward Alice? Could it be that you also, toward Patrice? These two sentences came out of Patrice and Alice's mouth at almost the same time. At the same time, Patrice and Alice understood what was going on. They fell into silence and their gazes toward each other were no longer as harmonious as before. Instead, their gazes were filled with the smell of gunpowder. Actually, I know about the matter between you and Marissa. After a while, Patrice revealed a sincere smile. Don't worry. I will support you. Please allow me to return those words to you. Alice neutralized Patrice's attack with an indifferent expression. Even though Marissa and I are just ordinary friends, we can still be considered neighbors. If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to tell me. I will definitely help if it's within my means. It's a pity that Marissa and I are also just ordinary friends. Moreover, I feel that the two of you are quite compatible. That must be your misconception. I feel that since Marissa often goes to your place, she should have a good impression of you. Marissa only goes to my place to steal books. Perhaps she only pretends to steal books and secretly visits you? What about you? Didn't you say before that you always wanted to take time out to play with Marissa? You two should have a good relationship, right? Of course our relationship is good, but it can't be compared to the two of you. No, you must be too polite. No, you must be too modest. Patrice and Alice simultaneously revealed a bright smile that didn't contain a trace of a smile. The content of their conversation changed from a joyous conversation to an intense battle of offense and defense. Remilia's blank expression became more and more intense. What the hell is going on? Era. Mount Penglai covered her mouth and laughed. That's interesting, sigh. Gu Ming sighed as he glanced at Wu Yan, who is sweating profusely. What a grave sin, Wu Yan laughed dryly. He could only laugh dryly. Unknowingly, time passed by. At this moment, the demons that filled the empty space in front of Bori Shrine quietened down and cast their gazes forward. Wu Yan stood in the hallway of Bori Shrine under the gazes of all the demons present. It was as if he was standing on a stage. He looked at the familiar and unfamiliar people and demons below and closed his eyes. Thank you very much for coming to this banquet. I believe many of you have more or less heard of my name. Here, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Yakumo Bai. I am the head of Yakumo family and also the housekeeper of Scarlet Devil Mansion. Looking at the demons below, Wu Yan's face slowly revealed a smile. Truth be told, although I have the surname Yakumo, I am actually an outsider. I have only been in Fantasy Village for less than 10 days. During this period of time, I've met a lot of people, encountered a lot of things, traveled to a lot of places, and caused a lot of trouble. But because of this, I've also made a lot of connections, felt the beauty of the fantasy town, and seen a lot of interesting things. It makes me feel that the fantasy town is really a very incredible place. Wu Yan recalled what happened to him in the short span of 10 days in Gensokyo. He grinned as he looked in a certain direction. There, Remilia, Fran, Patrice, Zhuyi, Alice, Guming Diju, Guming Diju, Guming Diju, Guming Diju, Ling Wu Lukong, Flaming Cat, Mount Penglai Kagaya, Yonglin Bai, and Ling Xian were all standing there. They seemed to have resonated with Wu Yan's words and their expressions softened. Ling Meng, Marissa, and Fumaru-sensei were also standing on the other side. They seemed to be reminiscing. In the sky, in a pitch-black spatial crack, Zi, Lan, and Cheng were there as well. They had sincere smiles on their faces, which calmed people down involuntarily. Wu Yan took in a deep breath. Today's banquet is not for any other reason but for this fantasy village that has touched me a lot. I hope that this banquet will leave everyone with beautiful memories and let everyone feel the incredible things that only belong to Fantasy Village. Wu Yan raised his hand high up in the air. Let us enjoy this incredible Fantasy Village at this banquet. Oh! At this moment, cheers resounded in the sky of Fantasy Village and didn't die down for a long time. Chapter 1870. Night gradually fell, but the liveliness of the Boli Shrine did not decrease at all. At this moment, in the open space in front of the Boli Shrine, no matter where it was, there was a picnic cloth spread there, almost covering the open space in front of the Boli Shrine. And on these picnic cloths of various colors, hot dishes and bottles of wine had already occupied every picnic cloth. The monsters sat in twos and threes like this, laughing and chatting while eating and drinking in a lively manner. Perhaps no one realized that almost 70% of the demons who gathered in twos and threes, laughing and chatting, were not even friends. They had only met each other once, and some had not even met each other before this banquet. They were pure strangers who had not even met each other before this banquet. It was this group of monsters who were strangers to each other. At this moment, they were like relatives and friends who had known each other for many years. They chatted and got to know each other, and they even put their arms around each other's shoulders. This scene could only happen in this inconceivable fantasy town. Whether it was humans or monsters, at this moment, they forgot their identity, forgot their race, forgot their friendship, forgot everything, and only enjoyed themselves for the sake of happiness. Under such circumstances, in the sky above the Boli Shrine, for almost the entire day, there were all kinds of noises echoing. But among these noises, there was laughter. It did not make people feel that it was noise, and it was annoying. Fortunately, before this banquet, Wu Yan had already prepared a variety of dishes and wine. In addition, before the banquet began, Zanyi had also helped to prepare a lot. Even though there were many monsters who came to the banquet, there was always enough food, and it did not dampen everyone's spirits. Of course, no matter how abundant it was. Even if food was provided infinitely, the stomachs of the people who came to the banquet were limited. Even the monsters with special physiques were the same. Thus, when night fell, the sky turned dark. In the open space in front of the Boli Shrine, there were already many monsters with bitter faces. They held their big bellies and looked like they could not take it anymore. And those who were laughing and chatting with those who were full, but still had energy to spare, simply stood up. He allowed them to rest as he walked towards the tablecloths below. He continued to drink in big gulps and laughed loudly. He was having a great time. In addition to food, drinking was also a problem. They had been drinking since the morning, and by noon, many of them had already collapsed to the ground with flushed faces. They even burped from time to time, as if they were in a drunken stupor. There was even a silly smile on their faces. Those who were still awake continued to play, from noon until late at night. Some people who woke up in the middle of the night continued to drink, and naturally, they were going to faint anyway, so they might as well just get drunk. In this place, some people like the atmosphere of drinking, some people like to be drunk, some people just kept drinking, some people simply lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Wu Yan had already prepared for all of this before the banquet began. Moreover, in every banquet, there were bound to be people drunk all over the ground, and the way to deal with it had already been decided long ago. Thus, under Wu Yan's guidance, every time a drunk person passes out, the Yoshi maids of Scarlet Devil Mansion would bring thick clothes or blankets and cover the drunk person or monster on the ground. Then, they would let the drunk person go to sleep. In any case, most of the people who came to the banquet were monsters, and it was impossible for them to catch a cold or have a fever from sleeping on the ground for a night, right? Just like this, the banquet was still lively. Sitting in a corner, Wu Yan held a wine plate full of wine in his hand and took small sips as he looked around. Oh, continue drinking. Lying on Wu Yan's left were Remilia and Guming Dijue. These two girls were at odds from the beginning, as if they wanted to continue the battle that day, and kept drinking, and in the end, naturally, they fell there drunk and could not get up again. Big brother. On Wu Yan's right, Furan and Guming Dijue were also lying down, sleeping very comfortably with faint smiles on their faces. Unlike her elder sister, these two girls were only tired because they had been running around the banquet hall all day. I won't lose. Look at my power. On the side, Patrice and Alice also laid down, looking at their flushed faces. It seems like they drank quite a bit as well. Moreover, they were also competing, even more so than Remilia and Guming Dijue. As for Spirit Crow Lu Kong and Flame Catlin, they were also unable to bear the effects of the alcohol, and had been lying down since noon, sleeping soundly until now. Only Sakuya was left alone. Looking at the drunk eldest miss, the tired second miss, and the drunk Patrice, he had a conflicted expression. He seemed to want to bid farewell to his mistress and return home to rest. But before he could say anything, he was pulled away by Marissa and Sensei Marumi. Right now, Zuyi is still being persuaded to drink by Princess Ling Meng, Marissa, and Fumer. Looking at his swaying appearance, he should not be drunk for long. Sigh. Wu Yan helplessly shook his head as he looked at this pitiful scene. He gently picked up some clothes and covered the bodies of the drunk and sleeping girls with them. In the sky, a dazzling full moon had unknowingly risen. The clamor continued. Some of the demons who were not drunk were still chatting with each other and eating and drinking. Compared to the morning, the scene was a little quieter, but it was still very lively. Looking at the beautiful full moon in the distance, Wu Yan picked up a wine plate and poured wine into it. While admiring the moon, he continued to sip the wine in his hand. Not long later, light footsteps could be heard. The person who came did not have the slightest intention to avoid arousing suspicion and directly sat beside Wu Yan, allowing that beautiful black hair to enter Wu Yan's eyes. Although he didn't turn his head to look, in his impression, among all the people he knows here, there is only one person who has such beautiful long black hair that cascades down like a waterfall. Moreover, he personally combed this long black hair before. Wu Yan chuckled. He didn't stop looking at the full moon, he didn't even turn his head around. Do you want a drink? Forget it. Like a dignified princess, the girl did not have any intention to play around, her tone was tranquil. I just drank a little with Yonglin, but perhaps it's because I haven't drunk for too long, my alcohol tolerance can't be compared to before. Wu Yan didn't try to persuade him any further. He just filled his own plate to the brim. Mount Penglai did not reply. She raised her head and looked at the full moon that was emitting a silver light. Strange ripples appeared in her beautiful eyes. It's still as beautiful as ever, is that so? Wu Yan gently shook the wine in the wine plate in his hand. You can't see the moon on the moon, right? But you can see the ground. Mount Penglai's face was serene as if he was reminiscing. It's different in the moon capital. You don't have to wait until nighttime to see the moon. In the moon capital, you can see the ground at any time. Perhaps it's because I've seen too much of the beauty of the ground and the coldness of the moon capital that I'm looking forward to life on the ground. That might be the case. Wu Yan closed his eyes and smiled, no longer answering. After a long time, Mount Penglai's Huiyi suddenly spoke. You're planning to leave the land of fantasy, right? Can you tell? Wu Yan was not surprised. He knew that he could not hide it from Mount Penglai's Huiyi. Even if he could hide it from Mount Penglai's Huiyi, he could not hide it from Yonglin. Even if I say yes, you won't leave with me, right? Including this time, we've only met 3 times. Mount Penglai's Huiyi said with a smile that was not a smile. Do you think that just because we've met 3 times, I'll be able to follow you or follow you to another world? It's because I don't think so that I didn't mention this to you. Wu Yan's expression was still calm as he sipped his wine and said this. But you came to find me at this time. This proves that you're not that against it, right? Perhaps. Mount Penglai Hui nodded his head in agreement. He stood up, turned around, and as he walked out, he lightly left behind such a sentence. I'll wait for the day when you can take me away. Looking at the full moon in the sky and listening to those clear words, Wu Yan's eyes began to ripple. He was a little drunk. Chapter 1871. When the moon rose to the highest position in the night sky, the clamor that had been resounding in the sky above the Boli shrine had disappeared without a trace, as if it had been completely extinguished. Ignoring those who were already drunk, those who were still sober had quieted down. They held their wine plates, raised their heads, and looked at the night sky. Except for the full moon, there was no light at all. In the endless pitch-black night sky, all the sober monsters saw it. An extremely weak red stream of light, as weak as the flame on a match, suddenly rose from the back of the Boli shrine, broke through the air, and flew toward the deep night sky at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Boom! Along with such a loud noise, the pitch-black night sky was instantly illuminated by an inexplicable light source. An incomparably bright and colorful flower exploded in the sky, and at the same time, a beautiful flower-like picture was imprinted in everyone's eyes. It was a firework that was bright and dazzling to the extreme, enough to cover the night sky in everyone's field of vision. When the firework exploded in the night sky, everyone present felt a ringing in their ears and a tremor in their chests. Their hearts stopped beating in an instant. And before the bright and dazzling flower of light disappeared from the eyes of the monsters, another loud noise, another explosion, and a bright flower of light bloomed in the night sky. Boom, 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 boom. Not long after, the entire night sky above the Boli shrine was covered with bright fireworks, blooming in the sky along with the loud noises that rang out one after another. The pupils and faces of the monsters were all rendered colorful by the colors of the fireworks in the night sky. It looked so brilliant that everyone present seemed to be in a daze. They quietly looked at the fireworks blooming in the sky. They had forgotten everything else. As the priestess of the Boli shrine and the manager of the fantasy paradise, Ling Meng was drunk and unconscious, so she regretfully missed this scene. Marissa and soul-shooting Maru were also drunk and fell to the ground. He was snoring loudly. I can't do it again. Many of the monsters had been drinking for the entire day. There was so much wine, it was enough to make all the demons drunk. Some even drank until they vomited. After vomiting and drinking again, even their faces had turned green. However, the demons who were still sober were extremely glad that they didn't fall drunk and miss this wonderful night of fireworks. These fireworks were also the signal that announced the end of the banquet. At some point in time, the fireworks ended. The drunk Gu Mingdi Ju and the sleeping Gu Mingdi Love were carried back to the underground world by Spirit Wu Lu Kong and Flaming Cat Lin, who finally woke up. Ling Xian is also drunk. Even Mount Penglai's Bright Knight is a little drunk. Under the care of Yonglin, the only sober one, they leave quietly. As for Ling Meng, Marissa, and Fumi Maru, the 3 of them were directly thrown into the Boli shrine, where they continued to sleep. The rest of the demons also began to bid farewell to the others. Then, they brought along those they were familiar with and left in groups of 3 to 5. When they left, the demons didn't have a trace of reluctance. In the fantasy paradise, there would be a banquet every once in a while. Thus, there was no need to be reluctant at the end of the banquet. Thus, after a joyous farewell, the demons left the Boli shrine with a face full of joy. At this point, The banquet that was held for the sake of this incredible fantasy land was finally completed. It had come to an end. Ugh! Holding their heads, Patrice and Alice staggered as they walked. Their bodies swayed as though they could fall at any moment. Before the fireworks started, Patrice and Alice woke up. Perhaps it was an agreement, but they miraculously woke up at the same time. Thus, Patrice and Alice were fortunate enough to witness the rarely seen fireworks in the fantasy paradise. However, even after waking up, the hangover headache still affected Patrice and Alice. The two of them could barely walk and couldn't fly as they trudged forward step by step. In order to take care of Patrice and Alice, Wu Yan and Zhang Yi, who were carrying Fran and Remilia, purposely slowed down their pace. They walked on both sides of Patrice and Alice, taking care of them while walking at a tortoise's pace. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Can't I just use spatial teleportation to bring you back? Why do you have to walk?" Muck. Patrice muttered cute words as she held her head. Her face was still red, but she stubbornly shook her head. "I haven't reached the stage where I can't walk." After speaking, Patrice shot a glance at Alice beside her, allowing Alice to put on a brave front and speak. Obviously, the two of them wanted to compete with each other. That's why they didn't let Wu Yan carry them. It took them a lot of effort to walk. Wu Yan and Zhang Yi glanced at each other and could only reveal a bitter smile. Fortunately, Zhang Yi didn't get drunk by Ling Meng and Marissa. Otherwise, who knows what kind of mess it would be. Looking at Patrice and Alice wobbling as they walk, Kuye's delicate face is flushed red. Wu Yan thought for a bit before he spoke up. "Let's go." "Oh right, let me tell you something." Alice and Sakuya looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Patrice rolled her eyes at Wu Yan, which is a rare sight to see. "Don't tell me you're going to consume some troublesome medicine to obtain someone's blood and destroy their home?" "Blood?" Alice knitted her brows in confusion. However, Wu Yan, Patrice, and Zhang Yi didn't explain anything to her, because Wu Yan's next sentence caused everyone's heart to tremble. It should be the opposite. Wu Yan looked ahead and didn't look at Patrice, Alice, and Zhang Yi's expressions. "I have found the 5 drops of blood essence with mystical powers. It is time to leave Fantasyland." "Leave Fantasyland?" Patrice, Alice, and Zhang Yi stopped in their tracks. Wu Yan also stopped in his tracks but didn't look at the girls' expressions. He looked ahead as though he didn't want to see a trace of sadness on their faces. On the other hand, Patrice, Alice, and Zhang Yi's expressions were constantly changing. Their emotions were fluctuating up and down. None of them said a word, causing the scene to become strangely silent. Phew! In the end, it was Patrice who returned to her usual self and nodded nonchalantly. "Are you coming back?" Alice and Raven Knight didn't say anything, but both of them became alert in an instant. Under the gazes of the 3 girls, Wu Yan nodded his head with an unquestionable attitude. "Of course." Then, Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before asking, "How long will Lord Bai be away?" "I'm not sure." Wu Yan shook his head. "But it won't exceed a year. I will definitely return within a year." Penglai Mountain's Bright Night was Wu Yan's summon. Since Penglai Mountain's Bright Night didn't follow Wu Yan to the Spalier world and chose to stay in this world, the time in this world wouldn't be completely frozen. Instead, it would be 100 times slower than the time in Wu Yan's world. No matter how long Wu Yan spent in another world, the barrier in Fantasyland would disappear after a year. At that time, Wu Yan wouldn't just sit by and watch. He would definitely return to Fantasyland. Therefore, a year was the longest time limit. A year? Patrice, Alice, and Zhang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. A year wasn't too long for Patrice, who had lived for at least 100 years, and Alice, who had a long lifespan. As for Zhang Yi, he was an ordinary human and didn't have as long a lifespan as Alice and Patrice. However, a year wasn't considered long in a human's lifespan. Therefore, a year wasn't something he couldn't accept. Seeing the 3 girls heaving a sigh of relief, Wu Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. Patchouli, Alice, and Bei were happy that he didn't make them sad. Chapter 1872. Fantasy Village, Red Devil Mansion. Passing through the long corridor of the Red Devil Mansion that was surrounded by bright red without many windows, Ruo Yi came to the front of a staircase. Ruo Yi directly climbed up the stairs, walked out of the Red Devil Mansion, and came to the roof of the Red Devil Mansion. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as she reached the roof, before the night wind could blow on Ruo Ye's body, the high bell tower that belonged to the Red Devil Mansion sounded midnight, representing the passing of a day and the arrival of a new day. The pleasant sound of the bell mixed with the sound of the wind and spread in all directions. Only then did the slightly cold night wind gently blow on Ruo Ye's body, causing her bright silver hair to flutter. The skirt of the maid dress also rose and fell with the arrival of the wind, and the corners of the skirt swayed in a beautiful circle. This scene could not be described as not beautiful. At this moment, the soul-stirring beauty Ruo Yi reached out her hand and casually pushed the hair that fluttered up and down in front of her eyes behind her ear. She raised her eyes and looked forward. There, after coming to the Red Devil Mansion, he had been wearing a suit that could be used as both casual clothes and formal clothes. Wu Yan, who had changed into an ordinary black shirt, trousers, and a black coat, stood there with his back to Ruo Yi. As if he did not notice Ruo Ye's arrival, he looked into the distance. Looking at the figure that was looking into the distance, Ruo Yi unknowingly became infatuated. It had to be said that Wu Yan was really suitable to exist at night. This was not to say that Wu Yan's character was darker and shameful, but that Wu Yan's body emitted a deep and mysterious aura from time to time. Under the influence of the night, he was like the king of the night. It made people reluctant to part with him. And Ruo Yi also knew. The person in front of her was indeed the true king of the night. Because he was the fantasy village and even the entire world. The one and only true ancestor of vampires. The person she served was originally a noble among vampires. Jaya was already used to the aura of vampires. In addition, an extremely important position in his heart had been taken away by the man in front of him in a short period of 10 days. Lu Yi couldn't stop himself from being obsessed with that figure. Just as Lu Yi was reluctant to part with the figure that almost merged with the night, the owner of the figure finally couldn't help but chuckle. He spoke. "Since you are here, why don't you come over?" Only then did Ruo Yi come to her senses as if she was startled awake. After realizing her performance just now, her pretty face couldn't help but blush slightly, but she still walked forward. However, Zui Yi stopped some distance away from Wu Yan. This was Dark Knight's position. Zui Yi had always positioned himself as a servant, not as a friend or lover who could sit on the same level as Wu Yan. Even if one day Zui Yi would follow Wu Yan as a lover, she would never emphasize her position by Wu Yan's side as a lover. It wasn't that Zui Yi felt inferior, or that she didn't think she was worthy of Wu Yan. However, this kind of positioning was the only way for Zui Yi to truly express himself. She would always be the perfect and chic head maid. There was no one else. The soft moonlight sprinkled from the sky, shining on the man and woman who were like master and servant. Tonight, there were no bright stars in the night sky of the fantasy village, nor was there a mysterious light source. There was only the round moon emitting soft light. The cool night breeze was like a cold breath, drilling into the noses of Wu Yan and Zui Yi, but both of them were staring at the night scene in front of them. The bright night sky, the walls of the Red Devil Mansion, the quiet courtyard, the huge clock tower, even the scenery of the entire fantasy village seemed to be seen by the man and woman who were like master and servant at this moment. Everything was presented in front of Wu Yan and Zui Yi. Wu Yan didn't look back to look. Zui Yi didn't express all the words she wanted to say. It was as if thousands of words were no longer important. On this night of parting, Zui Yi spat out these words. "Don't you want to tell Miss and Miss?" With Remilia's current good impression of Wu Yan, if she knew that Wu Yan left without saying goodbye, she would definitely be furious, or even depressed for a while. According to Wu Yan himself, this time, he wouldn't take Fran with him. In other words, Wu Yan would let Fran stay by Remilia's side. Otherwise, if her most important brother and sister left at the same time, Remilia wouldn't be sitting in the Red Devil Mansion. It was more likely that she would cause a ruckus in the fantasy village and look for Wu Yan and Fran. In any case, Penglai Mountain's Hui Yi was also here and couldn't be taken away. Letting Fran stay might not be a bad choice. But at the same time, if she knew that Wu Yen left without saying goodbye, wouldn't Fran cause a huge ruckus? Those two girls definitely won't let me go so easily. Wu Yen sighed faintly. I will be back in a year. It's not like I won't come back. Before I leave, I don't want those two girls to be too sad. Shi Yi was silent for a short while before he spoke again. Then what about Miss Patrice and Miss Alice? Don't you want to say goodbye to them before leaving? What about Miss Ling Meng and Miss Marissa? What about Lord Bai's friends in Earth Spirit Hall? Don't you plan on informing them? Since I don't plan on telling those two girls, I naturally can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Otherwise, Remy and Fran will definitely feel unbalanced. Wu Yen couldn't help but smile. So, I'll have to trouble you to inform them, yes? Zui Yi thought for a while before nodding. Zui Yi understands. After saying this, there was another indescribable silence. It wasn't that Wu Yen had nothing to say to Zui Yi, nor that Zui Yi didn't want to say anything to Wu Yen. It was just that the two of them had the same thought. 1,000 words couldn't compare to a simple greeting at the moment of reunion. Since that was the case, it was better to not say anything and leave everything for the moment of reunion. Not long after, a pitch-black spatial crack filled with ferocious eyeballs appeared above the Scarlet Devil Mansion. 3 tall and petite figures walked out from it. They jumped up and lightly landed in front of Wu Yen and Zui Yi. Looking at the leader of the 3 figures, Zui Yi cried out in surprise. Devil Sage? The newcomers were Violet's Shikigami and Violet's Shikigami, blue and orange. Violet smiled and nodded at Zui Yi before looking at Wu Yen and shrugging. Looks like you're ready to leave. What about you? Wu Yen shrugged. You're not going to stay here? Back then, when Witch Boli borrowed the power of the dragon god to build the Great Barrier, I was also the one who assisted and witnessed everything. Even if someone else were to complete this job, I would still be responsible. Z replied vaguely. Besides, we're used to running around with you. Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh. Then let's set out. Yukari nodded nonchalantly. On the other hand, Lon stepped forward and bowed to Wu Yen. Lord White, I'll leave Lord Violet to you. Sorry to trouble you, meow. Orange quickly bowed as well. Lord White. Zui Ye's eyes flickered before he bowed as well. I wish you all the best. Wu Yen quietly looked at Sakuya. Both of them stared at each other for a while, neither of them looked away. Until a certain moment, Wu Yen closed his eyes and didn't say a word. He disappeared with the silent Violet. Zui Yi, blue, and orange stared in the direction the two disappeared in. They didn't react for a long time. No one noticed that at the entrance of the Scarlet Devil Mansion, several figures were standing in the corridor. They were Remilia, who was supposed to be drunk, Fran, who was sound asleep, Alice, and Patrice, who was in her library. Fran hugged Remilia tightly and held back her tears. She didn't cry, and only asked with a choked voice. Big brother will come back, right? Of course. Remilia nodded heavily and hugged Fran tightly. Her voice was firm. He'll definitely come back. Patrice and Alice looked at the pair of sisters who were tightly hugging each other and exchanged glances with the same expression in their eyes. Reluctance. But more than that, there was determination. Patrice and Alice also believed in him. Wu Yen will definitely do it again. Back to Fantasy Village. Chapter 1873. Behemoth Forest, capital of alternate generations. It's a bright and sunny morning. In such a cold morning with cold winds blowing from time to time, it was believed that everyone would subconsciously resist leaving their beds the moment they woke up. Although the temperature isn't that cold, it's only around 11 or 12 degrees Celsius. In such a temperature, ordinary people might have to wear some clothes to resist the cold before they could walk outside. However, for those cultivators with a certain level of cultivation, that is, those warriors and mages with combat chi and mana flowing in their bodies, even if they wore summer clothes, they wouldn't feel the slightest bit cold. After all, when fighting aura and magic power flowed through the body of the user to a certain extent, they would provide some protection to the body. Unfortunately, in this spalier world where only warriors and mages can cultivate, there are people who don't have impetus and mana flowing through their body. They aren't warriors or mages, but they have power that ordinary warriors and mages can't match. Thus, all of them gathered in the mystical capital of a different generation. The barrier of the capital of alternate generations would provide a certain level of protection to the city within. For example, the barrier allows the capital of alternate generations to maintain a relatively warm temperature. It allows the temperature in the capital of alternate generations to not fluctuate too much. If the sun is too strong, the light will be controlled to a suitable range. But 11 or 12 degrees Celsius isn't that cold. Therefore, the barrier covering the entire capital of otherworldly beings didn't undergo much adjustment, causing the entire capital of otherworldly beings to be filled with a chilly air. Under such circumstances, the Misaka sisters who came to the streets put on their autumn clothes and went out to continue their lives in the capital of otherworldly beings. Of course, in this relatively cold weather, the weather was very cold. In the morning, many of the Misaka sisters chose to lie in their beds and didn't want to come out. It's the same phenomenon. It's also happening in the heart of alternate generations. While the rest of the girls were still on the roof of the heart of alternate generations undergoing their transformations. In the heart of alternate generations, only a handful of 4 girls who had completed their transformation could move. The president of the student council of the White Emperor College from the world of the whirlwind butler, Gui Chuju. Hailing from the world of magical porn, Tokuwadai's electric princess, Misaka Mikoto. Came from the world of heavenly objects. The strongest strategic angel in history, Ikaros. There was also Astrea, the all-purpose angel who came from the world of heavenly object. It was these 4 girls who could be said to be famous to a certain extent, but at this time, their actions were quite shocking. A certain president, whose swordsmanship had already reached the level of a god, was half awake and half asleep. He wrapped himself in a blanket like a dumpling, vexed because he didn't know where to find autumn clothes to wear. A certain popular idol of Tokuwadai, whose electric shock ability was equally godly, also hid under his blanket in his room because of the cold temperature. Like a tortoise, he refused to come out for a long time. A certain natural all-purpose angel, who wasn't afraid of the cold, sat on the bed in her room. The ahog on her head swayed back and forth as she stared blankly at the sky outside the window. No one knew what she was thinking. As for the last one, a certain glutton who could never be full, she was the only one who came out of her room in the heart of alternate generations and came to the living room. However, the king of gluttony, who could never be full, indicated that he was also distressed. Because she was squatting in a corner of the living room with her hands on her knees, staring at a square object in front of her. She pouted and her delicate body was trembling. In the living room, there was a fridge used by Wu Yen and the girls to store drinks, desserts, and snacks. Now, Astrea was squatting there, staring at the opened fridge. Her eyes were filled with struggle. Taking a closer look, the usual drinks, desserts, and snacks in the fridge had all been used up. Only a round object was left, sitting alone in the fridge. A watermelon. A very ordinary watermelon. This ordinary watermelon was the only thing left in the fridge. Astrea was starving, so she ran out of her room to look for something to eat. When she opened the fridge and saw the watermelon, her eyes were glued to it. Her eyes were filled with desire and struggle as she stared at the watermelon. Astrea's delicate body trembled. Even her lips were trembling. Can I eat it? At first glance, it sounded like nonsense. But if someone in the know knew about this, they would be shocked that the glutton Astrea was able to resist eating the food placed in front of her when she was hungry. By the time they realized what was going on, they would have a look of understanding on their face. There was no other reason. This watermelon is Ikaros' favorite. Ikaros has a strange hobby. She likes watermelons. It's not because she likes the taste, it's also not because she likes its existence, it's just because she likes the round watermelon. The watermelon in front of her was placed in the fridge last night because Ikaros didn't want it to rot. Now, it's the thing that Astrea is struggling with. Eat it? Ikaros is bound to get angry, and when she gets angry, other than Wu Yen, no one can stop her. She might even go on a rampage and destroy the gen's heart. Don't eat it? But Astrea is hungry. Unconsciously, Astria reached out her trembling hand towards the watermelon in the fridge. Just as she was about to touch the watermelon, she pulled her hand back as if she was frightened. She shook her head vigorously. No, I can't. Karo-senpai will kill me. Astria tried to close the fridge after she said that. But, rumble, a drawn-out voice came from Astria's stomach. Astria's resolute expression crumbled. She looked at Watermelon with teary eyes. She seemed to be wavering. If it's just a whiff, it should be fine, right? Astria gulped. She didn't think about the taste of the watermelon. She slowly reached her trembling hand towards the fridge. Just as she was about to touch the watermelon, the image of Ikaros entering Sky Empress mode after knowing her watermelon was destroyed surfaced in Astria's mind. She couldn't help but twitch a little. I can't. I'll die. I'll definitely die. Astria couldn't control her body anymore. She reached out her hand and grabbed onto the hand that was reaching into the fridge. She struggled in pain. Don't blame Astria for making a fuss. Mikoto once said that Ikaros doesn't seem like a saintess. She doesn't even know if there's anything she likes. Astria heard it from Wu Yen, who refuted Mikoto's words. Who said that? Ikaros loves watermelons. She loves watermelons so much that if someone destroys them, even if it's her family or acquaintances, she'll go crazy. Not only Mikoto, even Hinajuku and the other girls laughed out loud when they heard Wu Yen saying that they can't imagine Ikaros getting angry. Astria was the same. Well, it can't be helped, other than Wu Yen, Ikaros's expression doesn't change in the slightest no matter what she's facing. But it's one thing to not imagine it, it's another to not believe it. Astria wasn't as attached to her master as Ikaros was. She wouldn't leave her master's side for even a second. Regardless of love, loyalty, or obedience, Astria was on the same level as Ikaros. That's why Astria didn't think she'd get lucky. She covered her mouth and whimpered as if she was afraid her mouth wouldn't listen to her. Translation, I have to leave this dangerous place. Astria was about to close the fridge when she heard a suspicious voice. What are you doing? Chapter 1874. What are you doing? The voice came from behind Astria. Astria's hand that was reaching for the fridge froze. Her face turned pale. As expected, Astria, who thought she was captured, let out a sorrowful cry. The pure white wings on her back flapped, and she fell to the ground like she was paralyzed. But before Astria could fall to the ground, a hand reached out from the side and wrapped around Astria's slender waist. After that, the voice that was filled with doubt earlier was now filled with helplessness. What the hell are you doing? Astria was shocked. Astria was familiar with the voice. Even the temperature of the hand around her waist was familiar. Astria recognized the owner of the hand. Astria raised her head in fear. She saw a pair of wine-red eyes filled with helplessness and helplessness. A face she would never forget. Astria's pale face was replaced with joy. Master? Do you still remember that I am your master? Wu Yen said in an annoyed tone. You looked like you saw a ghost when you heard my voice. I thought you didn't recognize me anymore. Wu Yen helped Astria up so that she wouldn't fall down again. Then he let go of Astria. Only then did Astria notice that Wu Yen isn't the only one in the hall. There's also a girl with waist-length golden hair holding a paper fan. She's also looking at Astria with a helpless expression. Sister Yukari? Era, I thought Astria-chan didn't notice us. Yukari chuckled when she saw Astria's shocked expression. She didn't seem to be able to react to the situation. Thank goodness. I'm not completely invisible. Astria heard that. Astria finally realized what was going on. Wu Yen and Yukari are back. Alas, before Astria could cry out in joy, a voice came from the other side of the hall. In the hallway, a series of hurried footsteps and anxious shouts echoed in the air. What's going on? A voice came from behind. Several figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Needless to say, it was Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros. But this time, Chuju was still wrapped in a thick blanket. Mikoto was still in her pajamas. The only one who was dressed properly was Ikaros. The three girls must have heard Astria's cries and rushed over. They didn't even have time to tidy up their attire. Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Ikaros saw Wu Yen and Yukari standing next to Astria when they entered the hall. Master, Ikaros, who was still as calm as an ancient well a second ago, now had an uncontrollable ripple in her indigo pupils. Yen? Hinajuku exclaimed in surprise. And Yukari? Yukari? You're back? Mikoto's face was also filled with shock. How did you guys get back so fast? It was indeed a little fast. Wu Yen stayed in Gensokyo for less than a month. He only stayed in there for a couple of days. With the time ratio of 100, a dozen days wasn't even half a day in Silveria's time. Only 3 to 4 hours had passed. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria just sent Wu Yen, Yukari, and Furan away early in the morning. Chuju and Mikoto went back to sleep. When they woke up, Wu Yen and Yukari were back. Ikaros and Astria, who didn't need to sleep, weren't surprised. Unlike Chuju and Mikoto, who woke up to Wu Yen and Yukari's return. After regaining her senses, Mikoto was the first to ask with uncertainty. Mission completed? Wu Yen and Yukari looked at each other and shrugged. I guess you can say that. Where's Furan? Hinajuku furrowed her brows. Why don't I see her? Well. Wu Yen scratched his cheek and sat down on the sofa. He poured himself a glass of water and drank it in one gulp. Furan is staying in Fantasyland with her sister for a while. So it's like that? Mikoto nodded thoughtfully. She looked at Yukari and asked curiously, Yukari, why don't you stay in your house for a while? Before I came to this world and became Yen Yan Summon, I spent most of my time in Fantasyland. Yukari replied nonchalantly. Well, we have plenty of time ahead of us. Chuju and Mikoto didn't know what Yukari meant by plenty of time ahead of us. However, Yukari didn't seem to have any intention of explaining, so they didn't ask. Oh right, I heard Astria moaning loudly in the room just now. Hinajuku remembered why she rushed over in a hurry and looked at Astria. Asteria-chan, what happened? Astria, who was still in a daze, jumped in fright. She shrieked out loud. Don't kill me! Hinajuku's face was filled with confusion. Not just Hinajuku, even Wu Yen, Mikoto, and Ikaros, who snuck up behind Wu Yen like she's on standby, are all confused. Even Yukari, who is known as the sage, doesn't know what's going on. Don't kill me? What do you mean by that? Astria shook her head like a rattledrum when she regained her senses. It's nothing. I didn't mean to eat the watermelon. Ugh. Everyone was speechless. Is that self-destruction? As expected of an idiot with an IQ lower than 9. That's great. Both Hinajuku and Mikoto rolled their eyes at the same time, yawned, waved their hands, and walked towards their rooms. Let's go back and change. Hinajuku and Mikoto disappeared into the hallway, leaving behind Astria, who was sweating profusely and looking at Ikaros with a terrified expression. Before Astria could turn around, a hand landed on her shoulder. Astria froze. Dua! Astria's sorrowful wail echoed throughout the heart of generations once more. Just like that, a lively and peaceful day passed by. Endless darkness covered the clear sky, enveloping the entire Spalier world in darkness. Today, the behemoth forest didn't give off any ominous aura. Logically speaking, a place like the behemoth forest is filled with vicious demonic beasts. No matter how one tries to disguise themselves, they shouldn't be able to hide the ominous aura. But today, the behemoth forest is no different from a normal forest. The smell of demonic beasts that used to permeate the air has mostly disappeared. It's as if most of the demonic beasts in the behemoth forest are no longer in the behemoth forest. When midnight arrived, a silhouette rushed over from outside the behemoth forest. The silhouette seemed to be enchanted with some sort of magic that boosted her speed. She rushed towards the behemoth forest and stopped right in front of the behemoth forest. Moonlight shone down from the sky and shrouded the silhouette standing in front of the behemoth forest. Her face was covered in sweat, her breathing was ragged, and her eyes were filled with exhaustion. She wore a robe befitting of a sorcerer, but it wasn't a terrifying black. Instead, it was a beautiful silver-white robe. The silhouette had long black hair that reached her waist. She looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. She was very young, but her face was so beautiful that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a beauty capable of causing the downfall of a city. If Wu Yen and the other girls were here, they would definitely recognize this girl. Mei Lilu? Lori. The only daughter of the Ailu Empire's #1 family, the Lori family. It's Lulu, the girl who is still studying at the Spalier World Academy. However, on Lulu's delicate face, there was not only a strong sense of anxiety, but also a great sense of fear. I must find him quickly. Raising her eyes and looking at the eerily silent forest, Lulu mustered her courage, wiped her sweat and tears, and without hesitation, rushed into this dangerous place. Chapter 1875. Behemoth Forest. The lush green forest was shrouded in a layer of haze due to the darkness of the night. The shadows cast by the tall trees and bushes were the only things that could be seen. In these shadows, no one knew if there was a ferocious beast that ate human bodies hiding in them, and if anyone passed by, it would pounce out and bring them to hell. Therefore, even though most of the dangerous aura in the giant beast forest had disappeared for some unknown reason, the feeling of fear that came from the bottom of one's heart was still unavoidable. This caused the atmosphere to become a little tense. However, it was in this frightening and tense forest that a beautiful girl with pure white wings was flying at an extremely slow speed. She didn't rise into the air and just flew between the dense trees, sobbing as she flew. So scary. Ikaro-senpai is so scary when she's angry. It's Astria who escaped from the capital of alternate generations to avoid Ikaros. The capital of alternate generations might be covered by Yukari's barrier, but it has a very human-like design. Similar to the boundary between illusion and reality in Fantasy Village, although the barrier covering the capital of alternate generations would not automatically attract monsters or whatnot, it could identify those who entered and left. As long as the barrier remembered the presence, it was not difficult to enter and exit the capital of alternate generations at will. Of course, only Wu Yen and the girls living in the heart of alternate generations have this privilege. The Misaka sisters don't have this privilege. After all, with the number of Misaka sisters and their unpredictable personalities, it wouldn't be strange for one or two of them to go missing at any time. It would be troublesome if that happened. That's why only Wu Yen and his summons can enter and leave the capital of alternate generations as they please. He didn't know what kind of torture Ikaros inflicted on Astria. Astria didn't look any different on the surface, but her crimson eyes flashed with fear from time to time. Astria didn't dare to stop for a second. I wonder if Ikaro-senpai is still angry. She turned around. Astria grumbled pitifully as she looked at the direction of the capital of alternate generations. I want to be with Master, I want to eat Master's cooking. While Astria was hesitating on whether she should go back or not, in the forest not far away, some noises resounded in the air. Astria looked at him with a confused expression. She was surprised. That's... Ha! 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 Among the dense trees. On the ground, Lulu was drenched in sweat. She was panting as she ran. Her face was filled with anxiety. Behind Lulu, several magical beasts as large as elephants, some in the form of wolves, some in the form of dogs, and some in the form of elephants, were nimbly flitting through the trees, roaring as they chased after Lulu. Lulu turned around and saw the demonic beasts chasing after her. Her face turned even paler. It wasn't that Lulu was afraid of these magical beasts. These magical beasts looked terrifying, but they were only around the 5th or 6th order. To Lulu, who had already reached the 7th order, they were nothing to be afraid of. There are two reasons why Lulu's face turned pale. First, if these demonic beasts catch up to her, she might be able to defeat them, but she will waste a lot of time. As for Lulu, she didn't have much time to waste. As for the other reason, according to Lulu's knowledge, there shouldn't be many magic beasts left in the giant beasts forest. Most of the magic beasts that were left were rank 1, 2, and 3 magic beasts. Most of the magic beasts that were left were already gone. Rank 5 and 6 demonic beasts aren't that high, but there shouldn't be many left in the behemoth forest. Lulu didn't expect that she would be so unlucky to encounter these demonic beasts when she was in a hurry. Seeing that the demonic beasts were getting closer, Lulu gritted her teeth and turned around. Magical powers gushed out from her body and a staff appeared in her hand. The gem on the tip of the staff lit up. Shortly after, a few huge icicles with a diameter of 2 meters fell from the sky and smashed onto the demonic beasts who couldn't react in time. Boom! In a muffled sound, crimson blood flowed from the bottom of the huge icicles and stained the ground red. The few demonic beasts were smashed into minced meat. Oh. The rest of the magical beasts didn't even bother to pay attention to their dead brethren. They continued to charge forward without slowing down and quickly surrounded Lulu. Swish! In an instant, 2 of the demonic beasts that surrounded Lulu couldn't wait any longer. They burst out and slashed their razor-sharp claws at Lulu. Clang! 2 ice walls suddenly rose from the ground. The claws of the 2 magic beasts didn't hit Lulu, who was behind the ice walls. Instead, they smashed into the ice walls with a burst of sparks, creating 2 huge holes in the thick ice walls. Lulu's gaze was fixed on the 2 magic beasts in front of her. Her lips were still biting hard as she circulated the magic power in her body to the extreme. The ice blue magic power was like a mist that wrapped around Lulu's body. Roar! Just as Lulu was about to end the battle cleanly, a loud roar echoed in the forest. Upon hearing the roar, Lulu sulked and lifted her head abruptly. On top of a huge tree in front of them, a huge black shadow was standing there, roaring angrily. It was a tiger-shaped demonic beast. To be exact, it should be described as a tiger-shaped demonic beast that walked on 2 legs like a human. The tiger-shaped demonic beast stood on a branch of the tree. It exuded an aura that was much stronger than all the other demonic beasts on the scene. The surrounding air rippled and split apart like waves. Lulu's face finally revealed a look of shock. That was actually a Class 7 demonic beast. Even though Lulu had advanced to Class 7, Lulu had only just advanced. She was level 60 and was the weakest among Class 7 demonic beasts. Even though this Class 7 demonic beast was also at level 60, it was generally impossible for humans to defeat demonic beasts of the same level due to its powerful physical capabilities and magical powers that were much stronger than humans of the same level. Furthermore, Lulu clearly sensed the aura emanating from the tiger-shaped demonic beast. This tiger-shaped demonic beast definitely wasn't just Class 7. It was at least Class 7 intermediate. Roar! The tiger-shaped demonic beast abruptly roared and stomped its feet. The branches and trees under its feet were instantly crushed by the huge impact. The tiger-shaped demonic beast burst forward and stretched out its sharp claws, aiming for Lulu's heart without hesitation. Lulu didn't dare to be negligent. She hurriedly waved the staff in her hand and a gust of cold air gushed in from all directions and condensed into a tiger-shaped demonic beast that was exactly the same as the tiger-shaped demonic beast. The Ice Tiger Man bent his claws, and a rich white magical power emerged on the sharp claws. Finally, all of the white magical power gathered on the sharp claws, and with traces of ice-cold air, he directly attacked the Tiger Man. Clang! In the sound of metal clashing, Lulu's ice tiger-shaped demonic beast trembled. In less than a second, the ice tiger-shaped demonic beast's claws shattered into pieces. Boom! In the end, even the Ice Tiger Man exploded into ice shards under the attack of the Tiger Man magical beast. The tiger-shaped demonic beast's claws continued to reach for Lulu. Swish! Just when Lulu's face was filled with horror and despair, an ear-piercing sound suddenly resounded in the forest. A streak of light flitted past every demonic beast at the scene, including the tiger-shaped demonic beast. Poochie! Lulu only saw a blur in front of her eyes. Then, one by one, blood blossomed on the bodies of the demonic beasts. All the demonic beasts at the scene were slashed into 2 halves, including the Class 7 demonic beast that almost killed Lulu. Lulu didn't have time to react and all the demonic beasts at the scene were slashed into 2 halves. Then, a young lady with a pair of pure white wings and a laser sword in her hand appeared in Lulu's vision. Although she couldn't understand what had happened, Lulu recognized this angelic girl. She immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, and the taut strings in her head loosened. Lulu's vision turned black, and she fell to the ground. Sister Lulu. This was the last sound Lulu heard before she lost consciousness. Chapter 1876. In an empty room, Wu Yen, Yukari, Hinajiku, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, and the others gathered together. They didn't say a word. Lulu was lying on the bed in the room. Beside the bed was Kanon, who was wearing a white blouse with red trimmings and a red pleated skirt. Her slender hand was raised about 10 centimeters away from Lulu's body, and there was a gentle glow emanating from it. Aside from Kanon, Wu Yen and the other girls looked at Lulu. Lulu's pale face was covered in sweat, and she looked like she's having a nightmare. They couldn't help but feel an indescribable pain in their hearts. It must be noted that Lulu was a lively, cheerful, and playful girl. She could even play with Furan. She was naive, romantic, and a little natural. A girl like this, in the past, in front of Wu Yen and Ko, she would always act like a clown, she would always giggle and throw a tantrum. When has she ever laid on the bed with a pained expression on her face? Hinajiku and Mikoto, who were the closest to Lulu, couldn't help but bite their lips so hard that they almost bled. Astria couldn't bear to look at Lulu anymore. Even Yukari furrowed her brows. Even the other girls were in such a state. Wu Yen didn't know what to feel. Lulu is the first person Wu Yen met and the first person he met in Silveria since he came to this world without any family or friends. Lulu's cheerful personality and the way she protected and cared for Wu Yen. Lulu's position in Wu Yan's heart was second only to the other girls. Wu Yen didn't say anything when he saw Lulu in such a state. His expression was as calm as an ancient well. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Blood dripped out of her palms. In this heavy atmosphere, Kanon's treatment continued in an orderly manner. Until a certain moment, the gentle light on Kanon's palm dimmed. Kanon saw this. Chuju, Mikoto, and Astria perked up. Wu Yen asked in a hurry. Kanon, how are you? I'm fine now. Kanon smiled. She looked like a devout saint. She answered Wu Yan's question with a clear and gentle voice. Actually, Wu-sen isn't injured at all. Not injured? Hinajiku, Mikoto, and Astria froze at the same time. Not injured? Wu Yen was also surprised by this. Then why did Lulu faint? Lu-sen fainted due to exhaustion of mana. She wasn't injured. Kanon shook her head. That's why she'll recover after resting for a while. Wu Yen and the others sighed in relief. Kanon was familiar with healing abilities. Apart from that, she also had a purifying ability. She didn't have any combat abilities at all. Vassal beasts were synonymous with destruction. It was hard to imagine a vassal beast without any fighting prowess. However, it was also because of this that Kanon's purification and healing abilities were extraordinarily powerful. In addition, due to her purification and healing abilities, Kanon also knew how to deal with foul energy such as curses and the physical condition of the target she needed to heal. Since Kanon said that Lulu was just exhausted and wasn't hurt, then that must be the case. There was no doubt about it. Kanon, thank you. Wu Yen rubbed Kanon's head. Thank goodness you're here. We wouldn't have known what to do otherwise. I'm glad I was able to help Sensei. Kanon was a little shy as she enjoyed Wu Yan's pat. Then I'll be heading back. Wu Yen didn't object. He nodded and cut off the mana channeling to Kanon. Her body turned into particles of light and disappeared from the scene. When Kanon returned to Wu Yan's body, the girls looked at each other. Lack of stamina, too much mana, mental exhaustion. Mikoto used her finger to point at her cheeks, her eyebrows furrowed deeply. Why is Lulu so exhausted? Why did she use so much mana? Hinajiku tilted her head and asked in confusion. Isn't it because of the battle with the demonic beasts? Lulu is a pure magus. Even if she used up a lot of mana fighting demonic beasts, there's no way she would use up all her stamina. Wu Yen said in a low voice. Besides, Kanon also said that Lulu was too mentally exhausted. That's the main reason why she fainted. So, Lulu definitely didn't fall into a coma because she was fighting a magical beast. That's strange. Chuju seemed to have noticed the abnormality as well. Why did Lulu go to the behemoth forest? This is indeed a problem. Due to the existence of the Beast King, the behemoth forest is off-limits. Only the 3 empires have set up camps outside the behemoth forest are allowed to enter the behemoth forest to hunt. Lulu is a special student studying at the Spalier World Academy. Logically speaking, the camps wouldn't allow a talented student to hunt in the behemoth forest. It's too dangerous. Lulu is also the only daughter of the Ailu Empire's number 1 family, the Lori family. Even if she wanted to enter the behemoth forest, there would be plenty of experts protecting her. Lulu's grandfather, the Thunder King, and father, Lars, might even be escorting her. At the very least, Feifei would be there. But this time, Feifei isn't by Lulu's side. Lulu even entered the dangerous behemoth forest alone. This doesn't make sense. Could it be because she encountered a high-level demonic beast? Mikoto pondered for a moment before saying, maybe because they encountered a high-level magic beast, the team that escorted Lulu was annihilated and only Lulu escaped. That's hard to say, right? I can't say that it's impossible. Wu Yen rubbed his forehead. But first, we have to figure out why Lulu came to the behemoth forest. Everyone fell silent. Yukari spoke up. Isn't the reason obvious? The group of people turned their heads and looked at Z. Yukari. Wu Yen turned his attention to her. Do you know why Lulu came to the behemoth forest? You're all too concerned, that's why you didn't think. Yukari laughed and shook her head. Isn't the most likely reason for this girl to come to the giant beast's forest to look for us? Find us. Realization dawned on everyone's faces. Find us? Only Wu Yan's frown deepened. Indeed, with the relationship between Lulu and Wu Yan's group, it's not surprising that she came here to look for them because she missed Wu Yan and the others. However, Wu Yan's intuition told him that Lulu didn't come here just because she wanted to see them. Yukari had her own considerations as well. She tapped her face with the paper fan in her hand and said thoughtfully, what we're more curious about is why this girl exhausted her stamina to the point that she fainted due to exhaustion. Because the team escorting him was wiped out, he exhausted all his stamina trying to escape. Also, because he was being chased by demonic beasts, his mental state was highly strained. In the end, when he saw Astria saving him, he let his guard down and fainted. Mikoto suggested. Isn't that the case? Is that so? Violet said with a smile. She didn't deny it. That's right. But I think something important must have happened to this girl. She rushed all the way to the behemoth forest to look for us. That's why she fainted due to exhaustion. Everyone present shuddered at the thought of this. Lulu, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moaned. Her eyelids trembled and she slowly opened her eyes. Lulu! Wu Yen and the others were overjoyed. They rushed forward. Lulu also saw Wu Yen and company. Her eyes, which were still a bit unfocused, focused and then, they turned red. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she stood up and threw herself at Wu Yen. Yen! What's wrong? Wu Yen and the others were shocked. What happened? Yen! Lulu hugged Wu Yen tightly. She cried as if she was hugging a life-saving straw. She shouted at the top of her lungs. The Ailu Empire is about to be destroyed. Chapter 1877. Time returned to the morning. In the Spalier world, there was an academy. It was the only academy in the Spalier world. It was founded by the Ailu, Baruba, and Fea empires. Since the academy was established by the 3 empires, it was located in the middle of the 3 empires. It was close to the giant beast forest, which occupied a corner of the 3 empires' borders. This academy was called the Spalier World Academy. Every youngster in the Spalier world yearned to enroll in the Spalier World Academy. It wasn't just because Silveria World Institute was the only institute in the entire Silveria world, nor was it because it was founded by the 3 empires. It was because the geniuses from all over the world were gathered in this institute and they grew together. In other words, as long as you entered the Spalier World Academy, you would be hailed as a genius no matter where you went. Even if you were just a normal student. Everyone in the Spalier world knew that no matter if you were born in one of the 3 empires or one of the 9 great houses, you couldn't be called a true genius no matter how talented you were. Only the students of the Spalier World Academy could be called a true genius. In addition, the Spalier World Academy was provided with cultivation resources by the 3 empires. It was the cradle of geniuses in the world. It was a holy land for cultivation. No one didn't yearn to enroll in the Spalier World Academy. Unfortunately, only the true geniuses could enroll in the Spalier World Academy. Mediocre people didn't even have the right to step through the gates. Looking down from the sky, the Spalier World Academy looked like a city. It was surrounded by tall walls. The entire Spalier World Academy was surrounded. At the center of the academy, the arena tower towered into the clouds. It was a magnificent sight. In the academy, the students were only responsible for cultivation. The teachers were responsible for teaching and cooperating with the academy's enforcement team. They were responsible for the safety and management of the academy. For a place as important as the Spalier World Academy. Naturally, there was no lack of guards at the door. If one looked closely, they would notice. On the surrounding walls of the academy, there would be a small hall located at every set distance. Those were the resting places of the academy's guards. At this moment, the guards were armed with their own armors and were fully equipped with equipment. Some of the warriors were even wearing armor. They were patrolling the perimeter wall with solemn expressions. Especially on the perimeter wall where the main gate of the academy was located, there were the most number of guards patrolling the perimeter wall. They were also the strongest. Every single one of them was at least at the beginning of the 7th stage. There were at least 100 of them. 100 7th stage powerhouses guarding the academy. With such a level of defense, even if any of the 9 super clans were to launch an attack, they would also be sent away in disgrace, right? In fact, no one had ever dared to attack the Spalier World Academy. After all, it was an academy created by the 3 great empires. The 3 great empires were the 3 powers that occupied the Spalier world. Unless they were tired of living, who would dare to attack? Even if they succeeded, the invaders wouldn't even have a place to stay. Unless they went out to sea, they wouldn't be able to survive in the world of Silveria. They would be nothing more than rats on the streets. Because of this, many guards on the wall seemed to be patrolling solemnly, but in fact, they were not nervous at all. Some of them even secretly yawned, looking bored. It could not be said that they were not relaxed. At a certain moment, one of the guards who was looking into the distance was startled. He rubbed his eyes as if he couldn't believe what he saw. Far away from Silveria World Institute, the guards could see a cloud of dust rising from the horizon. It was slowly rising into the sky. The guard wasn't the only one who discovered this phenomenon. The other guards gradually discovered it as well. What is that? Is it fog? That's not fog, right? Could it be a sandstorm? How can there be a sandstorm in the Ailu Empire? Only the Baruba Empire has deserts. The guards on the walls started to clamor. Not long later, all of the guards gathered and looked at the dust rising from the horizon. After a long time, the sharp-eyed guards suddenly widened their eyes. They saw it. Below the cloud of dust, a large group of black figures was running madly. They were like cows running in the wild, kicking up clouds of dust. Roar. Oh. Woo. Not long after, the roars of wild beasts began to reverberate in the air, causing the atmosphere to be filled with the atmosphere of a storm. Only then did the guards reveal a look of horror. Rumble. The ground was already trembling, proving that the troops formed by the black shadows were not illusions, but real. Roar. Oh. Woo. The roar of the wild beast finally became clear. Not only did it reverberate into the ears of the guards, even some of the students in the academy could hear it. At the same time, the shadows also revealed their true faces. They were actually demonic beasts. Impossible. The guards cried out in unison. Demonic beasts only appear in the behemoth forest. They only move around in the behemoth forest. Why would they appear outside the behemoth forest? Why would they come to the Spalier World Academy? This was absolutely impossible. Even if the demonic beasts rushed out of the behemoth forest like the time when the Beast King was born, there were still camps set up by the three empires outside the behemoth forest. The elite members of the three empires and the 9 great families were there. It was impossible for the demonic beasts to rush out. However, the tremors on the ground, the tension in the air, and the magical beast army that was getting closer and closer, to the point where they could even feel their auras, told the guards that something was wrong. Everything in front of them was real. "Quick!" one of the guards roared. "Inform the higher-ups of the academy and the elders of the academy council." It was a pity. It was too late. Roar. Oh. Woo. Amidst the roars of the demonic beasts, the demonic beast army came into contact with the walls of the academy. An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the sky of the academy, causing the ground and buildings of the entire academy to tremble. What? What happened? In a villa of a special student, there was a rare moment of excitement. Lulu, who was about to cultivate, was shocked by the sudden loud sound and vibration. She quickly rushed out of the villa. However, the scene that appeared in front of Lulu made Lulu completely stunned. It was as if the end of the world. It was a scene of despair. Roar. Oh. Woo. Numerous gigantic magical beasts were swarming over from all directions. They roared and destroyed the buildings in the academy. Some of the weaker students were running for their lives. The lucky ones were still running for their lives. The unlucky ones were already caught by the demonic beasts. Go. Kill them. The rather powerful students had already gathered together and formed a battle line. Amidst the angry shouts, they fought against the magical beasts one after another. However, there were too many demonic beasts. There were so many of them that the students in the academy could not compete with them. Even if they formed a battle line, the battle line was constantly shrinking and retreating. For a moment, the roars of the demonic beasts, the screams of the students, and the angry shouts of the people who were fighting against the demonic beasts echoed in the academy. What? What happened? Lulu's delicate body trembled. Her beautiful face was pale. What happened? What happened? Wasn't it obvious? The demonic beasts attacked the academy. But it was such an obvious fact. Because it was too surreal, not to mention Lulu, even those who were fighting the demonic beasts could not accept it. At this moment, Fei, who was holding her beloved sword, appeared beside Lulu and grabbed her hand. "Are you okay?" Fei. Lulu looked like she was saved. She grabbed Fei's hand tightly, her voice trembling. What's going on? Fei opened her mouth to say something. But before she could say anything, a figure flashed through the air and landed in front of them. Grandfather, old clan leader. It was the Lightning King. Let's cut the crap. The Thunder Sovereign's expression was rather unsightly as he spoke in an unquestionable tone. No one knows the real reason, but I must tell you that not only this academy, every city in the Ailu Empire is being invaded by demonic beasts. If this continues, the Ailu Empire will be destroyed sooner or later. Fei and Lulu's expressions changed. Right now, we have to deal with the enemy in front of us. Fei, come with me. The Lightning King shouted without turning his head. Lulu, hurry to the behemoth forest and find that little guy. We need his strength. Grandfather. Go. In the next moment, the Lightning King, Fei, and Lulu's voices were drowned out by the demonic beast's roars. Chapter 1878. Silence, an indescribable silence. A deathly stillness seemed to have merged with the air, filling every corner of the room, making it difficult to breathe. In the entire room, only Lulu's sobbing could be heard. She had just explained the whole thing from beginning to end. Other than Lulu, everyone else was silent. Now, Lulu had brought 3 pieces of information to everyone. 1. Due to unknown reasons, demonic beasts attacked the Spalier World Academy. 2. Due to the demonic beasts' attack, Lei Wang, Fei, and the Academy's students were fighting back. Their current situation is unknown. 3. The demonic beasts didn't just attack the Spalier World Academy. From Lei Wang's words, every city in Ailu Empire was attacked by demonic beasts. Based on these 3 pieces of information, many guesses began to surface. First of all, even though they didn't know the current situation, they could guess. Even if the situation wasn't that bad, it was at least an emergency. Otherwise, Lei Wang wouldn't have sent Lulu alone into the demonic beast space to search for Wu Yan and the others. Secondly, since the demonic beasts had rushed out of the Behemoth Forest and attacked the cities in Ailu Empire, then the Behemoth Forest space must be in a bad situation. After all, the Behemoth Forest space was built right outside the Behemoth Forest. If the demonic beasts wanted to attack the cities in Ailu Empire, they would have to rush out of the Behemoth Forest and pass through the Behemoth Forest space to enter Ailu Empire's borders. Now that the demonic beasts had started to attack the cities in Ailu Empire, it was obvious that the Behemoth Forest space was in danger. Even the supply town might have been destroyed. No matter how one looked at it, the situation had reached a critical point. But soon, more and more questions appeared in everyone's mind. Why did the demonic beasts rush out of the Behemoth Forest? Why did they attack Ailu Empire? Of course, it was just a question. However, he believed that many people who were in the know could guess the answer to this question. Is it the Beast King? Chuju took a deep breath. One could even faintly hear the sound of him gnashing his teeth. Other than the Beast King, no one can break the rules of the magical beasts and make them rush out of their own territory. In other words, the Beast King, who had been hiding in the Behemoth Forest to recuperate, has fully recovered from his injuries? Mikoto clenched her fist and said angrily. Could it be that he wants to take revenge for what happened before? Then why didn't they come to us? Ever since the Beast King had become a demigod, he had only appeared twice. The first time, it was Violet who had severely injured him. The second time, it was Wu Yan who had used Violet's ruby mode to almost kill the Beast King. If the Beast King had to say who he hated the most, it wouldn't be the humans of the Spalier world who treated the magical beasts as prey, but Wu Yan and Violet. Since the Beast King had attacked Ailu Empire, there was no way he wouldn't go after Wu Yan's group. Compared to the outside world of the Behemoth Forest, the Behemoth Forest's capital of Otherworld should be the first to be attacked by the Beast King and his magical beasts. No matter what, the capital of Otherworld is located in the Behemoth Forest, in the enemy's main camp. I'm afraid it's not that the Beast King doesn't want to bother us, it's just that he hasn't found us yet. Wu Yan's tone was unexpectedly calm. Even if it's him, he wouldn't be able to guess that we're in his territory and have set up a base. Violet's barrier also provides us with concealment. Normal people wouldn't be able to detect the capital of Otherworld from the outside. That's why the Beast King didn't attack us first. A blind spot? Mikoto agreed with Kiran's statement. She seemed a little frustrated. If I knew this would happen, I would have left a way to communicate with the outside world. When the capital of Otherworld was built, Wu Yan's group didn't want to have anything to do with the camp. They didn't want to cause too much trouble. That's why they only told Sylph, Fei Fei, Lulu and a few others about the location of the capital of Otherworld. They cut off all contact with the outside world. Originally, this consideration was not without reason. In the entire Silveria world, within the 3 empires and the 9 great clans, there were only a dozen or so Type 9 powerhouses. As for the demigod realm, there were only 5 of them. On Wu Yan's side, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria are all Tier 9 powerhouses. Ikaros and Astria who can use Pandora mode are considered rare even among Tier 9 powerhouses. Wu Yan who's at the pinnacle of Tier 9 and Violet who's at the demigod level, they have enough power to rival any of the 3 empires. Not to mention the 20,000 Misaka sisters who are at least Tier 7 and the girls who are still in the process of transforming. If Wu Yan wants to gain a foothold in the Spalier world, they're more than enough. It's a pity that Wu Yan doesn't have the ambition to conquer the world. He just wants to live a peaceful life with his summons. Even the capital of Otherworldly was built to give his sisters a place to settle down. Even if Wu Yan doesn't have any ambition, there are bound to be people in the Spalier world who are on tenterhooks because of Wu Yan's group. In order to avoid causing too much trouble and disputes, it wasn't entirely unnecessary for them to conceal themselves. But now, there's a drawback. It's hard for news from the outside world to reach the capital of Otherworldly. Otherwise, there's no way Wu Yan's group wouldn't be in the dark. Yan, what should we do now? Lulu's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. Grandpa and Fei are fighting against the demonic beasts at the academy. I don't know how Dad is doing. Everyone must be in danger. We have to save them. There's no need to call for help anymore. Violet shook her head and said, according to what you said, the demonic beasts' attack started in the morning. You only arrived at the behemoth forest at night. In addition to the time you were unconscious, it's almost dawn now. One whole day is enough for them to successfully resist the demonic beasts, retreat, or die. In other words, the Thunder Lord and Fei have either repelled the demonic beasts and are safe and sound, or they were defeated by the demonic beasts and have retreated. Otherwise, they died in the academy. No matter how you look at it, there's no need to rescue them now. Then what should we do? Lulu waved her hands helplessly. Grandpa said that he needs your strength now. Lu, calm down first. Wu Yan patted Lulu's shoulder and looked at Violet. Violet, what do you think we should do? You should be asking, what do you think we should do? Yukari asked Wu Yan back with a question. The behemoth forest is in the middle of the three empires. If the demonic beasts attacked the Ailu Empire, the Baruba Empire and Fea Empire would be attacked as well. In other words, the entire world is under attack by the demonic beasts. Do you only want to save the people you know? Or save the entire Ailu Empire? Or save the entire Spalier world? Wu Yan was speechless. He admitted that he wasn't so noble as to save the entire world. However, he still wanted to save the people he knew. However, the people Wu Yan wanted to save would definitely not allow the Spalier world to fall into the hands of the demonic beasts. They would definitely fight back. When that happens, Wu Yan's group would be dragged into the mess. That's why Violet was asking Wu Yan if he wanted to be dragged into this mess or take the initiative to solve this crisis. Or he could just stay out of this mess. The girls seemed to understand Violet's meaning. They all looked at Wu Yan. Other than Lulu, who was looking forward to it, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria all expressed one thing. That is, no matter what Wu Yan chooses, the girls will stay by his side. Wu Yan felt warmth in his heart. He looked at Violet. When Wu Yan was about to make a decision, Violet's calm expression froze for a moment before a smile appeared on her face. It seems like they don't intend to give us a choice. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.